The story begins with our male protagonist lying on the bed surrounded by a pile of chaos. My name is Houseen, and I thought I was a useless person sitting at home waiting to die, spending my whole life lying in bed. Little did I know that I would cross over to a fantasy world that everyone is extremely enthusiastic about. I have been in a place for over 3 years where everyone rides their immortal swords to travel everywhere. I also have a system like many other stories about cultivating immortals, along with a manual called the Dog Disciple Manual. On top of that, there is a secret: small demon wings grew on my shoulders, but the only thing I lack is the motivation to cultivate immortals. However, continuing like this is not a good solution. Wasting such a great opportunity would surely bring divine retribution. At this thought, an image appeared in my mind of the Jade Emperor chasing me with 2 eyes filled with evil energy. No, I can't continue like this. First, I need to do 10 push-ups to recover my motivation a bit. Saying that, I struggled to complete 1 push-up. By the second, Houseen's face was drenched in sweat and pale. Before finishing the third, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed face first onto the floor, accepting my fate. Forget it, I'll just accept the consequences. I've tried hard enough. Regretful for a strong life of cultivating immortals. Be careful on the road, farewell, hope to ascend to heaven and no longer encounter any lazy people. I thought that a useless person like me would only know how to admire the clouds in this life while crossing over, but unexpectedly, I didn't consider that apart from being lazy, I also had a fatal flaw: I was afraid of death. The system reminded me that there were only 100 days left for the mission. If I failed, it would immediately kill the host. Seeing this, his face turned pale, and he exclaimed, "What? Time, kill." Immediately, Houseen received an additional 100 million motivation and ran with all his might. This damned system never reminded me that there was a time limit. Afterwards, he mounted a horse and galloped forward at full speed, continuously muttering, "About to die, about to die, about to die." In this way, he traveled a long distance, crossing the endless plains to the edge of the map. At this moment, Houseen stopped at Yuntai Mountain, an ordinary cave. Then he could no longer stand and fell to the ground, clutching his waist, sighing, "Finally made it, oh my old waist." Upon mentioning this, he immediately raised his head to look at a block of spirit stones in front of him. The mission objective must be to activate that precious pearl. Damn it, chasing after a tattered ball for more than 3 months, it's lucky that I managed to catch up. As soon as the protagonist touched the precious pearl, it instantly emitted a surge of energy, illuminating the entire area, pushing him away from the light. With difficulty, he squinted to look ahead. The system then displayed a notification: "Congratulations, you have successfully activated the precious pearl. Now we would like to introduce the situation of the Heavenly Palace." The contemporary Heavenly Palace during the era of the Jade Emperor, known as the Golden Age in the history of the Heavenly Palace. Among the 12 martial path peaks, choosing any one of them could defeat any leader from different periods in the Heavenly Palace. However, despite that, the entire Heavenly Palace was destroyed in 1473 according to the Jade calendar, and all 12 martial path peaks died in battle. The mastermind behind the scenes was 9 mysterious figures that suddenly appeared from the west, calling themselves the Black Shine Organization. And you are currently in the Jade calendar year 773, 700 years before the Heavenly Palace was destroyed. Your task is to enhance the potential of the 12 martial path peaks. Let them surpass themselves and develop into great elders, beyond even the great elders, in order to save the common people 700 years from now. The introduction reward is complete. Congratulations on finishing the first task and receiving your reward. Holding the reward in his hands, Houseen was amazed to find it was a great sage card, a consumable item that could grant the user peak strength for a brief period, allowing them to defeat the Buddha. The system then announced the second task, which was activated. The task objective was to go to Flower Fruit Mountain to find Sun Wukong at the rookie stage and increase Sun Wukong's potential value by 30%. After the announcement, the screen began to display an image of Sun Wukong in a rage, with a fierce look in his eyes, growling several times. Seeing this, the male lead angrily threw the system to the ground and shouted, "How can this be called the rookie stage? Is it really necessary to move half the map just to watch a video? Can't it be done directly on the system?" I truly suspect that your system is playing some depraved tricks on me. Do you know how I survived for 3 months? This is driving me insane. Fortunately, the first mission was delayed for more than 3 years, and this mission might be similar, so there's no need to worry about addressing it immediately. This truly is the final stage of cancerous procrastination that I have ever seen, but the system ignored that and displayed another notification. The completion deadline for the mission is 3 days. Seeing this, Houseen could no longer stay calm and exploded in anger, raising his middle finger and shouting, "Damn it, system, are you intentionally targeting me?" There was no time left for idle chatter. He immediately attached the engine to his backside and raced forward, repeating the words, "Done for, done for, done for." Fast forward 3 days later, at the outskirts of Flower Fruit Mountain, a crowd was gathered around something. In the middle of that crowd was our male lead, looking terrified, saying in a trembling voice, "Immortals, let's talk this over, please don't take action." The crowd surrounding Houseen all looked at him with sharp, piercing eyes, filled with evil energy. An old man from the 3 major righteous sects, Master Tianmen Lu Yuan, in the late stage of Yuaning cultivation, wondered out loud. "What is a mortal like you doing in this mountain range?" "I am just gathering herbs and accidentally wandered into this place. I hope the immortal will forgive me." "Just a mortal daring to step into an area full of demon beasts. You don't know your own limits. Aren't you going to get lost quickly?" Right, I'll leave right away, he. "Wait a moment, I have a better idea. Why don't we drain the blood essence of this little guy and refine it into a blood chi pill? Perhaps we can attract 2 more demon beasts." Upon hearing this, Houseen lost his composure, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, exclaiming, "What? Drain all the blood essence? Aren't you guys righteous people? How can you do that? Moreover, isn't there a rule in the Cultivating Immortals world that cultivators cannot harm ordinary people?" Hearing this, they all couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Little brother, you are really naive and adorable. What rubbish rules? The big fish eat the small fish is the only rule in the Cultivating Immortals world." Upon hearing this, the male protagonist fell back in shock, stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up, regaining his composure, and said loudly, "Don't come any closer. Let me tell you, I have a secret weapon." After speaking, he started to reach behind him and took out the Great Sage card. He thought to himself, "There's no other way but to use it first. When I meet the Monkey King, I can think of other methods." This feeling is coming, it's almost here. A steady stream of power was flooding into his body, making him feel as if he was about to explode. Seeing the male lead like this, Lu Yuan and the others were stunned, their eyes wide open, stammering, What is happening? What's with the aura around this little guy?" He was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan, joyfully thinking to himself, "Great, is this what it feels like to be strong? So exhilarating." Once he successfully transformed, Houseen turned his blood-red eyes towards the crowd in front of him and said, "Come here, you bunch of useless fools. Don't you want the big fish to eat the small fish? Today, let me teach you a lesson." Just as the male lead finished speaking, the power surrounding him began to dissipate. In his confusion, he wondered, what's going on? The short duration can't be this brief, can it? At that moment, the system interface displayed a notification, "Congratulations host, Great Sage card has been successfully used. Your Great Sage card will arrive on the battlefield in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Why didn't you mention the quota earlier? Isn't this quite embarrassing for you, my brother? We're doomed, this time it's really over." Lu Yuan then approached and grabbed Houseen by the collar, demanding, "Speak up, what was that aura just now?" Suddenly, a voice from behind him surprised him, making him turn around. "Hey, little guy without fur." Behind him was a huge dragon growling along with a figure emanating an evil energy, continuing, "What are you staring at? I'm talking to you." As the figure became clear, it was the Monkey King, the younger version of Sun Wukong, carrying a sword on his back. "You've been hiding in the shadows recently, hunting down my little monkeys, haven't you?" Seeing this, Lu Yuan clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, why is a Demon King level character showing up here? I just killed a few of his little mid-level demons, Is it really necessary to come out and deal with this bad luck? Calling for the old ancestor is too late now, damn it. After thinking for a moment, he immediately raised one hand to the sky, creating a formation with his magic. What are you still in a daze for? Buy me some time, as long as it takes to cast 2 high-level spells. What? Master, do you dare? It's the Demon King. Lower-level spells won't do anything. Is this it? Am I going to die here today? I haven't even had a taste of a man yet. Stop talking nonsense. As long as I have enough time to recharge my treasure, even the Demon King has to die. The Monkey King, standing by, heard this and calmly picked his nose, glanced at him with one eye, and replied, "Is that so scary?" Having said that, he then lay flat on the ground, letting the other monkeys massage him. Very confident. "Little guy, that's fine, I'll wait for you, no need to hurry, just prepare the spell a bit stronger. If it's not enough, I can give you more time." The 3 people in front of the Monkey King looked at him with fear, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, the male lead nearby, with a cheerful expression, looked at the system board showing only 8 minutes left, thinking to himself, yes, the more the better. The old man Lu Yuan was wearing an excited smile, loudly saying, "All right, you said it yourself, don't embarrass yourself in front of your little monkey." A minute later, the magical force he created had turned into a swirling vortex with an extremely strong aura radiating around it. Seeing this, the Monkey King stood up, surprised, and said, "Is it done? Did I wait all this time for nothing?" After saying that, a smug smile appeared on his face as he looked ahead with sharp eyes. The gigantic vortex in front of him had begun to emit an immortal weapon with an overwhelming pressure descending below. The old man Lu Yuan, still wearing a smug smile on his face, looked down below and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, stupid monkey, tell me, do you think you resemble a foolish villain from a novel? Do you know this is the true immortal weapon granted to me by the old ancestor? The only drawback is that it takes too long to unleash. An immortal weapon? Could it be the divine weapon from the heavenly palace? Even I am seeing it for the first time in my life." Saying that, even the Demon King would have to fall down in fear. He didn't say much anymore but began to wave his hands, pointing towards the Monkey King with bloodshot eyes, exclaiming, "See you in the next life, you stinky monkey." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of formations suddenly appeared in the sky, creating hundreds of streams of spiritual energy rushing down below. All the streams of spiritual energy were directed towards the Monkey King. The immortal weapon created by his technique generated a powerful pressure, pushing back people from both sides. Old Lu Yuan here also opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Die." As soon as his words ended, dozens of streams of spiritual energy rushed towards the Monkey King's face. He was not at all frightened. Instead, he turned to look at the camera and flashed a confident smile. Immediately after, all the streams of spiritual energy created by Lu Yuan rushed straight down towards him. "Ha ha ha, turn to dust, you stinky monkey. I said as soon as the immortal weapon activated, you would surely die. Damn stinky monkey, you stinky monkey." But just as he turned to leave, Monkey King's voice echoed from behind, "Aren't you a little too early to celebrate?" When he turned back around, he saw the Monkey King had grown larger, roaring before him. What the hell is happening? How could there be no wounds at all, yet he has grown so large? The Monkey King suddenly began to rush forward with sharp eyes, raising his fist. "Look closely, so you can see what true power is." As soon as the Monkey King's words ended, his fist stopped right in front of Lu Yuan's face, causing the mountain behind to be blown away by the force of the strike. The 2 subordinates of Lu Yuan standing nearby were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out, exclaiming, One punch has crushed the entire mountain." The Monkey King then looked down at Lu Yuan with a smug expression and said, "Do you want to continue, little guy?" At this moment, Lu Yuan had lost his fighting spirit. Kneeling down with a dazed look, sniffing and forcing a smile through tears, he said loudly, "The great monkey, unique and unparalleled, I humbly ask you to show mercy and give me a way to live." Upon hearing this, the Monkey King said nothing further, shrinking his body and sparing Lu Yuan. Suddenly, at this moment, his gaze caught the attention of the male lead. He also realized that the Monkey King was looking at him, his expression instantly turning panic-stricken, pale. Looking at his great sage card, with only 40 seconds left, he began to tremble all over and stammered, "Great Elder, I am not with them." Ignoring the male lead's words, he raised his fist high and responded, "That little guy just gave me an extremely uncomfortable feeling." Seeing that there were only 30 seconds left, Houseen raised his hand to stop him, trying to buy some time. Wait a moment, I'm actually here to seek your guidance, King." "Seek guidance?" "Yes, exactly, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Since I was 3 years old, I've heard the tales of the great Monkey King Master from Flower Fruit Mountain every day. Every child's greatest dream is to go to Flower Fruit Mountain and take you as their master. Today, I finally have the opportunity to fulfill that wish. You must accept me as your disciple, or I won't be able to survive." Oh. Am I really that famous out there? Absolutely, if I'm lying, let lightning strike me 5 times. With only 5 seconds left, Monkey King clearly showed his anger and spoke in a low voice. "If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more." Upon hearing this, Houseen was astonished, eyes wide, exclaiming, "Why? Because your kind is simply not worthy to be my disciple." Just when there was only 1 second left, it was the moment Monkey King's fist came crashing down, creating a huge explosion that shook an entire area. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he was surprised, looking around, wondering, what happened? Where did that human go? Isn't that little guy immortal? As he said this, he turned to look behind him, his mouth agape in shock. Before him stood the silhouette of the male lead, exuding an aura, speaking, "Truly worthy of the 12 great elder peaks, indeed frighteningly strong." Seeing this, the expression on Monkey King's face turned fearful, beads of sweat forming, thinking, what kind of situation is this? Why does this feeling seem so familiar? While he was still in shock, the male lead suddenly vanished from the cliff, leaving everyone there in astonishment. Immediately after that, Houseen appeared from behind Lu Yuan, striking him on the backside with a stick, loudly saying, "Immortal old man, didn't you just want to turn me into a blood chi pill? Come here, hit me quickly, didn't you say that big fish eat small fish? Where is your proud strength just now?" At this moment, the old man had been beaten up by Houseen and hurriedly pleaded, "Senior, I was wrong, son. Son Lord, I was wrong." The Monkey King stood on this side, looking at the two with a bewildered expression, frozen in place. Then his expression turned sinister, his bright eyes widening, excitedly saying, "This is quite interesting. Alright, don't waste time with that trash, come here and play with me." Upon hearing this, Houseen was a bit surprised, glancing at the Monkey King in his dragon, with a cold expression. Just as he was about to rush in and give him a beating, a loud voice echoed down from the sky, "Evil monsters, take heed." When everyone looked up, they saw a figure with an extremely strong aura forming a circle around their body. The old man Lu Yuan, upon recognizing that it was an acquaintance of his, immediately gasped and exclaimed, "Immortal! I can't believe it's a true immortal. Immortal, please save me." At this point, the old man pointed at the male lead and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, the celestial being from the heavenly palace has descended to the mortal realm. Evil monsters, you are definitely doomed." The immortal above also smiled and chimed in. That's right, evil monsters, seeing the heavenly palace is celestial, why aren't you kneeling?" "Heavenly palace? It's just a pile of fur. One day, when I'm free, I'll go up there and surpass all of you." With that, the Monkey King raised his hand, gathering a surge of golden light binding spell energy, then shot out a rope to tie around the immortal's body, before his calm expression. The immortal then glanced down at the Monkey King with a disdainful look, sneering in reply, "You who know nothing of the world, is this little ability all you have? Well, let me." As he spoke, the immortal exerted himself, arching back in an attempt to break free from the binding rope. But when he looked back and still saw it on himself, his expression became awkward as he stood frozen for a moment. Then, he gathered all his strength, trying again and again, squirming back and forth with a face that was no longer calm like before. When he realized that he was unable to untie himself, he finally accepted the truth and panically thought, what on earth is happening? Has the demon beast's lower world become so powerful during my years of seclusion? At the same time, the Monkey King's dragon had appeared and opened its large, saliva-dripping mouth. Hey, I was just passing by, merely pretending to be aggressive. Before the immortal could finish his sentence, the dragon had already swallowed him whole, leaving nothing behind, except for a voice that echoed, "Dear Taoist friends down there, be extremely careful." Lu Yuan, standing below, witnessed the scene, his face drained of color, sweat pouring down like rain, stuttering, "Is the celestial really gone just like that? Isn't that a bit too hasty, author?" Meanwhile, on the dragon's side, after swallowing the immortal's body, it had also evolved to the astonishment of everyone. The Monkey King, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile with a hint of surprise. Wow, it can also break through. Old Lu Yuan now had no strength left, lying on his back on the ground, helpless in the current situation. At the same time, a colorful head of the dragon began to emerge from the dark clouds, growling a few times. When the cloud completely disappeared, it revealed a brand new and powerful appearance, leaving those below in astonishment exclaiming, "Oh God, it's really as big as Flower Fruit Mountain. Huh, I didn't expect to evolve into the 12 Wings Dragon King, feeling so damn good. Now I am the master, even that smelly monkey, what is there to fear now that it is no longer?" Just as the dragon was thinking this, a gigantic golden cudgel appeared above its head, coming straight down. Seeing this, it could do nothing but panic and stammer out, "What the heck is that?" Immediately afterwards, a massive explosion erupted at the site of Flower Fruit Mountain, shaking the surrounding forest. The first 12-winged dragon in history died at the age of 765, leaving only a pool of blood at the bottom of the pit. Witnessing the scene left the Monkey King and the others frozen for 5 seconds before they nervously spoke up. Flower Fruit Mountain has disappeared too. Where are we going to sleep tonight?" The main character on this side could only rub his head with a forced smile and reply, "Ha ha ha, excuse me, this is my first time using this golden cudgel, and the size is not easy to handle. Mom, just think of it as one more stick, and even our ancestors wouldn't be able to bear it." Having thought of this, he turned to Houseen and said loudly, "Relying on weapons doesn't make you a hero. If you're truly capable, we should fight with our bare hands." "Fight with bare hands, huh? Fine, what do you want to compete in? Strength, speed, or endurance? Choose whichever you think you excel at, I will follow through completely." "Give me a break, you just have a slightly better weapon, what are you pretending for? Then I will use my unmatched speed to torment you." Hearing this, he tried to maintain a calm exterior, but inside he couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "Stupid monkey, I am your future. What are you good at? I still don't know." At this moment, the Monkey King in front of him exuded an aura and continued, "At the end of mainland Penglai Island, an infinite rainbow lotus was born. Do you know about it?" "Of course I know." "Great, then whoever gets a petal of the infinite rainbow lotus first wins." Finishing his words, he did not bother to signal but quickly rushed forward, leaving the male protagonist behind. Following that, he summoned his somersault cloud and soared away. In an instant, he had disappeared into the sky, only echoing a final line, "I'm going ahead." Lu Yuan and the old man's subordinate stood to the side, watching in shock, their mouths agape, exclaiming, "Penglai Island? About 1,000,000 miles away." Saying this, the old man turned to look at the male protagonist, but he saw no sign of him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "That monkey has vanished too." Not long after, at the Penglai Island cluster, the somersault cloud of the Monkey King landed straight down below, accompanied by an explosion. He fell from the somersault cloud and landed face first on the ground, sliding for quite a distance. Then he quickly got back up, pointed at the somersault cloud, and yelled, "Damn you, every time we fly, you never care how we land, right? Is it intentional? That damn cloud, clearly on purpose." After shouting for a while, the Monkey King finally began to take notice of the petals of the infinite rainbow lotus. Then, with a smug expression, he scoffed, "Haha, indeed the 28 petals of the infinite rainbow lotus are still here." Half a stick of incense later, when he returned, he found the male lead had been waiting there with his hands on his hips for a long time. He then began to speak, mocking him. "This is not acceptable, coming back so late, the main deity has already returned long ago." At that moment, the Monkey King was still aching from the injury caused by being thrown by the somersault cloud, and he glanced elsewhere as he replied. It was just a coincidence, I had to handle some other matters. I was afraid of falling again, so I chose to fly back myself. Don't act all high and mighty, what's wrong with coming back early? Hearing this, Houseen maintained a calm demeanor and continued to scoff. Not being able to grab a petal from the rainbow lotus is still a loss, after all. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King raised his arm high and summoned an entire rainbow lotus, shouting, "Oh, how did you know I hadn't taken any? That's because I, the king, came before you and put all the petals of the rainbow lotus into my bag. Oh my god, I can't believe it's really the infinite rainbow lotus from Panglai Island. In just a brief incense stick, how could it be accomplished?" The female monkeys over here are all gazing at the Monkey King with infatuated eyes, exclaiming, "Unbelievable, no wonder he's the king, he truly is a god." The male lead stands here, looking at his long nose with a disgusted expression, remaining silent for a moment, then raises his hand to rub his head and laughs heartily in response. "Ha ha ha, what is this even? It's just a convenient thing to do. Haha, so stop babbling and quickly admit defeat." However, the reason the original body couldn't obtain the rainbow lotus is that I truly didn't expect this body to be so fast. As soon as I ran up, it immediately caught the attention of the celestial realm deities, and to ensure safety, I hurriedly stopped and didn't go for the rainbow lotus. The guys standing nearby were astounded, their eyes wide open, looking at him with a half-believing, half-skeptical expression. At this moment, the Monkey King couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you sure know how to brag. What does the celestial realm deities even care about? Why not say that the Jade Emperor was so scared he fell down? If you really could do that, this king would plant a banana tree for you to see." Houseen heard his challenge and didn't respond immediately. Instead, he calmly finished picking his nose. Then, he assumed his ready stance and spoke up, "It really was dangerous just now, and I have to perform again." Saying this, he glanced at the Monkey King with a confident expression. "Watch closely, don't close your eyes." With that, Houseen shot forward like a beam of light, causing the ground to sink in the places he passed over. At this moment, Houseen was running around an area nearby, creating a circle that appeared. His speed increased, generating a massive whirlwind with the power to devastate everything in its path. Everyone witnessing the scene was wide-eyed and speechless, unable to utter a word. At the same time, a red eye appeared in the sky, gradually opening, followed by hundreds of other eyes glaring down from above. The Monkey King, witnessing this, couldn't help but be astonished, exclaiming, "Holy sh**t." Right after, Houseen came to a stop and landed before him. His expression was no different from those around him, silently thinking, "Is using all my strength like this too much of a show-off? Luckily, there's a trick to deceive, but I won't be able to use it casually next time, it's too dangerous." At this moment, the young Monkey King felt a kind of emotion that he had never experienced since jumping out of the stone. Later, he realized that this emotion was called disappointment. "Ting ting, congratulations host, you have successfully increased the potential of young son Wukong by 5%, the current potential value is 15%. The Monkey King sat down on the ground, looking disappointed, and said, "I've lost, but I'm not convinced. You must have relied on your fancy equipment, winning without using martial arts. If you say that, then I'll let you borrow my equipment to try it on, okay? That way you won't have any excuses to justify yourself anymore, right? Ha ha ha. Fine, give it here, let's see if I can turn you into muck." At this point, he suddenly paused, blushing as a sudden memory struck him. Then, turning back to look at the male lead, he continued, "How about we let you go today, let's have a rematch another day, little brother, let's go." He was a bit surprised to hear that, giving him a puzzled look with question marks floating above his head. His lackeys standing nearby were equally astonished and shouted together, "Boss, this is a golden opportunity." "Exactly. Trade the equipment, he definitely can't match the boss. Flower Fruit Mountain is lost, boss, you have to take revenge, otherwise how can you face the ancestors?" Alright, I got it, so annoying. Hand over the equipment, I'll go trade it out there." Seeing him change his mind so quickly, Houseen frowned and looked at him with a probing gaze, sensing something very strange about the situation. Moments later, the Monkey King had hidden behind a pile of junk, starting to take off his clothes, placing them on the ground, then hastily removing the rest, urging himself, change quickly, if I'm discovered, I'm dead. But when he raised his head, he found the main character already standing there, covering his mouth as he chuckled. He was frozen for 5 seconds, eyes wide open, at a loss for words, thinking to himself, damn, I'm doomed. Houseen then ran off while holding his stomach, pointing at him and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, you, come back here, stop right there. But as soon as he finished his sentence, the Monkey King realized something, immediately stopping in his tracks and turning to look beside him. In front of him were his subordinates, staring at his naked body with a surprised expression, rendered speechless. All their eyes were fixed on a tattoo of adorable teddy bears on their leader's arm. Even the 3 people, Lu Yuan, standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim, wait, is this a tattoo of the Demon King? Oh my! At that moment, the Monkey King became furious and scolded them all. What are you laughing at? Is there something to laugh at? Why can't the Demon King have a cute tattoo? Hey, boss, calm down a bit, no one is laughing at you, you're just too sensitive. The Monkey King then felt dejected, curling up on the ground, tears streaming down his face with a downcast expression, silently lamenting, why can't a man like cute stuff? When I go back, how will I face them? How will they still submit to me? After half a stick of incense, the Monkey King had finished putting on the male lead's outfit and stepped up to a nearby rock. Next, he tightly closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. No more thinking, focus entirely on the fight. In the next moment, his entire body radiated an extremely powerful aura, blowing fiercely towards Houseen standing nearby. The Monkey King then glanced down at him and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, indeed it's a matter of equipment. Go die. With that, he charged straight toward the main character at a speed several times faster than before, raising his Rui Jingu bang high and beginning to swing it down with a loud roar. Houseen standing across from him was unbothered and raised his fist with a calm expression. What should I name this punch? Let's just call it a normal punch. Seeing this, the Monkey King sneered. Your technique is full of openings, how could you possibly defeat me? As soon as the words left his mouth, both techniques collided, causing the ground around them to shatter into tiny pieces. Even those standing outside could clearly see the shockwave it created. In that split second of this contest, everything felt like flowers, desolation, suffering, consciousness, trust, characters, and the unclear. Communication, reason, hope, and countless other things all surged simultaneously in the mind of the Monkey King, causing him pain as he clutched his head and let out desperate cries. The young son Wukong seemed to have seen through all truths, but it felt as though he had lost everything. Returning to the present, he found himself lying beneath a gigantic pit created by the ordinary punch of the protagonist. At this moment, the Monkey King below had also opened his eyes wide, wearing a blank expression and bearing wounds all over his body. Houseen, standing at the edge of the pit, smiled and said, it's incomprehensible, isn't it? What just happened is called principle, a type of power from the realm. Upon hearing this, he immediately sprang up and hurriedly asked, what must I do to achieve it? Your martial path is too obsessed with perfection. Even if you are pursuing the strongest weapon or eternal immortality methods, you neglect the fact that the great Tao is not complete. Only by giving up on perfection and simultaneously embracing reason and chaos can the true essence of the great Tao be born. At that moment, the martial path will be more than mere skill, it will be an art, a realm. Hearing those words, the whole body of the Monkey King seemed to fall into a certain void. His mouth kept murmuring, is the great Tao not complete? What does it mean for the great Tao to be incomplete? In the fog, Sun Wukong only felt something within him collapse, and alongside that, a large door appeared, tightly closed. Inside was something he had never imagined, a new path. The potential value of Sun Wukong has successfully increased by 30%. Congratulations host, you have completed the mission. The system rewards you with a Peak Na Jia character card. Seeing this, Houseen also received it with tears of joy. I didn't expect every mission reward to be a Peak character card, this is so happy. My safety is finally secured. At that moment, the Monkey King also approached, kneeling before him and pleading, Great Elder, you are my benefactor, please accept me as your disciple. Please, accepting a disciple is not out of the question, but you must meet one of my conditions. You can tell me, no matter what it is, I can comply. It's very simple, from now on you are not allowed to have contact with anything cute anymore. Hearing this, his expression changed drastically, and he stood frozen in place for a moment. Then, he looked at the male protagonist with a dissatisfied expression and exclaimed, Hey, what kind of request is that? As long as you swear, I will take you as my disciple, and you can choose to become a true man or a strange wife, it's up to you. Standing between those two extremely important choices made the Monkey King's face turn purple, his hands and feet trembling, unable to say a word. Then, he slammed his hands down on the ground in pain and replied, I apologize, Great Elder, I cannot. You know that being strong should not come with strange preferences, but I can't help it, you understand, right? Seeing his expression like that, Houseen couldn't help but cover his mouth, giggling. Then, he moved closer, grabbed his neck, smiled, and continued, Just kidding, you silly fool. We have the right to like anything, as long as it doesn't harm anyone. Damn it, those bastards who dare to mock you. If anyone dares to call you strange, the master will go and beat that bastard with you. At this point, the male protagonist scratched his butt, started to leave, and called back, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Yes, master. At this moment, the remaining group of people behind also rushed forward, shouting, Great Elder, we also want to worship you as our master. Us too. Enough, more people only means more danger. That's right, we have to ask, what has actually happened in this world? The servant of the Monkey King is clearly a Western creature, even the formation looks the same, yet the locals don't feel different at all, it's like they've become accustomed to it, right? Doesn't that mean the mysterious Western organizations will suddenly invade after 700 years? So what's happening now? While Houseen was still puzzled, the system suddenly appeared, causing him to jump back and shout, Jeez! Can you stop appearing out of nowhere? My heart can't take it. Mission 3, open the heart of the young female martial goddess, mysterious lady, and increase potential by 30%. The first female martial goddess in history, mysterious lady. Their reputation is truly terrifying. The scene shifts to that night, in the magnificent hall of the Kingdom of Women. Inside is a four-dimensional space, with countless different formations big and small. On this side, there was a demon king being bound by chains from those formations. He then turned to look at a figure sitting on a chair nearby and said, No wonder you are the ruler of a kingdom, you truly are not on the same level as those small sect members. The woman he referred to was the Queen of the Kingdom of Women, Queen Chi Lin. Sitting there, she began to respond, After 3 days of hard fighting, we finally captured your demon king, there's no need to struggle anymore. At that moment, the demon king gradually transformed his body into a skeleton with 2 blood-red eyes, trying to escape from the chains. Even if you turn into a pile of bones, you still can't escape. Once the heavenly secret great formation is in place, no one in the entire Cultivating Immortals world can unravel it. I am this confident because the #1 formation in the mainland is truly not a false reputation. But what if I say that I have grasped the true power of the realm? Just as he finished speaking, another dimension appeared beneath Chi Lin's feet, much to her astonishment. Immediately, with its strong suction force, it easily pulled the entire body of Queen Chi Lin inside. Inside at this moment is another space, as dark as ink. Along with the voice of the Demon King sounding, well, amazing, right? This is the realm power of this king, the domain of power. In here, I am truly a deity, the Lord of all existence. Upon saying this, he immediately ties her up, just like what she did to him. And you can only let this king arrange things. Ha, you have lost. From today onwards, the entire Kingdom of Women will be my toy. Of course, you will be included, my dear Queen Lord. Switching scenes to 7 days later, on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Women, the figure of Houseen is stepping forward. He is currently looking at the city gate in front of him with a bored expression. Can I see the Kingdom of Women already? I really don't want to complete this mission at all. The Monkey King is hiding behind a rock, peeking out half of his face, speaking with a lethargic tone. Master, do you really want to transform into this form? Have you finished transforming yet? Hurry up and show me. He then steps out with a chibi appearance, shyly blushing, responding, I like cute things, but is this a bit too much? At this point, Wukong could no longer bear it, raised his hands to cover his face, and said loudly, damn it, how embarrassing. Embarrassed about what? Didn't I already say that this is part of the cultivation process? You'll understand later. Master has never harmed you, it's just too much love. In reality, Housien's inner thoughts were, carrying such a harmless spiritual item reduces the chance of encountering an enemy directly by 50%. While the two were talking, someone was secretly observing their every move from behind a nearby rock. He wore a cunning expression, breaking into a smug smile, and continued to watch with sharp eyes. The old man then appeared along with another person, approached the two, smiled, and said, you two lords look unfamiliar, you must be new travelers here, right? The journey here must have been tiring, you definitely need a place to stay, right? There are entertainment activities as well. Upon hearing this, the male lead stood frozen for a moment, unable to comprehend the old man's words. Then, a scene from the red light district in his world flashed through his mind, causing him to sweat profusely. Housien, what on earth are you thinking? Don't bring your dark thoughts into this simple world of cultivating immortals. Different worlds can't exist, that's for sure. Before he could calm himself down, the old man continued to approach, leaning close to whisper in his ear, there are only young and beautiful girls. Hearing this, all of Housien's previous dark thoughts were cemented in his mind, along with a confused expression filled with question marks. He then bolted away, waving his hands and hurriedly refusing, no, that's not necessary. I am not of legal age. At this moment, the old man revealed a sinister expression and continued, to be honest, the kingdom of women is under the control of our great elder, all the beauties in this province can follow your desires. Upon hearing this, Housien was somewhat surprised, stopping in his tracks and questioning, under whose control? The old man then took out a precious pearl, presenting it before him, responding, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. At that moment, the precious pearl in the old man's hand began to project images of girls with perfect figures, in various poses, as if calling out to the male protagonist. Seeing this, his expression turned astonished, frowning, unable to believe his eyes. If you are not yet feeling satisfied and want a more stimulating experience, we have that too. The more he spoke, the more smug his expression became, surrounded by an aura of evil energy. As for the extent, it's only that if you don't think of it, we won't do it. At this point, Wukong could no longer hear another word, gritting his teeth and angrily shouted, you damned bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist struck directly in the old man's mouth. The old man, with one cheek swollen, looked surprised and hurriedly said, what are you doing? Wukong then jumped onto him, one hand grabbing his throat, the other raising a fist. What am I doing? Of course, I am acting on heaven's behalf. Just before his next punch came down, Housien, standing to the side, hurried to intervene. Wukong, stop. Ha, I apologize, my disciple is ignorant and has offended you. We will leave right now. Saying this, he picked up his younger brother and dashed away, waving goodbye without any intention of returning. The old man sat on the stone behind, looking at the old man in front of him, puzzled and voiced, are we just letting them go like that? He had already recovered from the wound on his face and, watching the back of the male protagonist, replied, let it be, that weakling is not the person we need to find. After a while, both had walked quite a distance, and Wukong was still angry about what had just happened, not bothering to look at the male protagonist, frowning and looking ahead. The one standing nearby also noticed this and turned to look at him, smiling, and said, what's wrong, are you angry? No, if what he said is true, his boss has taken over the entire kingdom of women and is that strong, then think about it, does he really need to go to the street to call for customers? I think they are spreading information on a small scale, waiting for someone to fall into their trap. Hearing him say that, Wukong didn't think much and asked blankly, is that true? The kingdom of women is probably just bait, they have a bigger scheme in mind. But regardless of what happens, we must kill all those old, worthless men. So, we cannot disturb the hornet's nest. At this moment, Wukong had knelt down in front of the male protagonist and said loudly, "I was wrong, master. Disciple misunderstood you as a group of timid rats afraid of trouble. Dare to doubt the former strength of a person who is just acting. Worthless disciple, I ask you to punish me." Houseen felt embarrassed after hearing this, blushing, covering his mouth and waving his hand, replied, "Haha, how can that be? Master can't be like that. Alright, let's not waste time anymore, let's enter the city and win quickly. I'm all ears for master." While the two were happily talking to each other, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, you two perverts over there. Your companions have been defeated, where do you think you can run?" Upon hearing this, Houseen turned around with a bewildered expression, not quite understanding what was going on. He then noticed two familiar puppets and thought, "Is it those two? What kind of magic is this?" At the same time, the system notification popped up. "Congratulations host for finding the young mysterious lady." Seeing this, his expression changed, his eyes widened as he looked back at her, sweat pouring down like rain, stammering, Is she the mysterious lady?" The mysterious lady, furious, gritted her teeth, staring at the two of them, and continued, "Using my daughter as a plaything. You scum have pushed this lady to her limit." After saying that, she took her sword in hand and rushed towards the male lead. He, seeing this from the opposite side, gaped in shock and exclaimed, "Elder sister, can you let me explain a thing or two?" At the same time, Wukong behind her, caught up in the chaotic excitement, responded, "Master, is there anything that needs explaining?" With that said, he charged straight at the mysterious lady, his eyes blazing red, raising his fist. Just before Wukong's fist swung down, the mysterious lady was quicker and swung her sword, striking him multiple times. But right after that, she realized something was off and immediately turned to look behind her, that is, a clone. At this moment, Wukong began to approach from another direction with a smug look on his face, saying, "Good reaction, woman." With that, he raised his fist enveloped in his true chi. Unfortunately, it's too late. After saying that, Wukong delivered a powerful blow, sending the mysterious lady crashing to the ground, creating a massive explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed her lying motionless at the bottom of a large pit. But the mysterious lady was not easily defeated. She had already managed to sit up at this point. Wukong, seeing this, became excited and shouted, "Good, you can still move after taking a direct hit from me. So let this king." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck in the mouth by a punch from the mysterious lady, sending him flying. Following that, he took a full blast of her sword dance, causing blood to spurt into the air. Wukong was taken aback, one eye bulging in shock as he thought, "Damn it, we were hit so quickly after just a brief exchange. Her speed is too fast." Just as he finished that thought, he was knocked down, lying sprawled on the ground. Wukong then gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and managed to stand up, looking at the mysterious lady. She stood opposite him, touching the wound he had inflicted, silent and not saying a word. Meanwhile, Houseen was astonished, jaws dropped in worry, silently thinking, "This woman is too strong, she could injure Wukong in just 2 exchanges." Thinking this, he placed a hand on his forehead, trying to calm himself. Stay calm, stay calm. It's not a good time to use the card yet." Thinking for a moment, he hurriedly ran over to Wukong and asked, "Wukong, are you okay? Can you do it?" This woman is incredibly strong. If it were before, it would have been truly difficult, but now with the great Tao realm of my master, I will definitely win. Upon hearing this, Houseen immediately froze, glancing at him with a look of astonishment. Then, he lost his composure and exclaimed, "What? Do you mean you have learned the realm of power?" "Yes, master." Seeing his disciple so assertive, he resolutely raised his hand in rejection, responding, "How could that be possible? It can't be." "It's true, although I can't be like master, I surely won't have any problems casting it. If you don't believe me, just watch closely." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong immediately strained himself, his eyes glowing red filled with evil energy. Next, he began to mumble, "The great Tao is not complete, understanding chaos, embracing chaos. The mysterious lady, standing in front, witnessed this scene and became astonished, her mouth agape, wondering, what is this aura? Wukong then clasped his hands together and recited one final line, merge with chaos. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the ground around him to crack. At this moment, Wukong had successfully merged two ancient powers together, creating a glowing sphere in the palm of his hand. Houseen, standing nearby, was so astonished that his face was twisted in disbelief, secretly thinking, wow, the great Tao of power is real. This little guy has only seen it once, and his comprehension is already so disobedient to heaven. Wukong's expression had turned icy, with his red eyes filled with evil energy, emanating an incredibly strong pressure. The mysterious lady, standing opposite him, was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, secretly thinking, this isn't good, this feeling is not good at all. A small glowing orb also made the mysterious lady feel a pressure she had never experienced before. At that moment, she quickly raised her arm and hastily cast a spell, I must respond with all my strength immediately, or I will die. Having thought of this, the mysterious lady used a demonic technique, creating swords of light around her. Then, she took stance, aiming her sword at Wukong, and unleashed her demonic technique. Immediately, the swords behind her shot forward in unison, matching the power of Wukong's great Tao. Houseen witnessed the scene, shocked once again, unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming, the power is ordinary, but the pressure is no less than that of the realm of power. Wukong, standing nearby, was creating another glowing orb with his hands and responded, no, that is not the pressure from that woman herself, but from the swords beside her, each of which is a legendary divine weapon. Damn it! I thought I understood her power, but in the face of the master's strength, it pales in comparison. Come on, let's. Before Wukong could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something and froze. At that moment, all the power of the great Tao began to stir, becoming chaotic within his body. His eyes rolled back, gradually losing their fighting ability. This is bad, I can barely control it anymore. Right at that moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Wukong, pushing back those nearby. After that explosion, he collapsed forward, exhausted, weakly saying, damn it, almost, but before he could finish, his face hit the ground, rendering him unable to speak further. Houseen hurriedly ran from afar, worried, and shouted, Wukong, are you alright? Master, I'm fine, it's just that my body can't move for now. The realm of power is too strong, I couldn't control it and got swallowed. That's good then, just train a bit more and I'm sure you'll be fine, as long as you're okay. At that moment, mysterious lady stood on a branch behind the two, her eyes filled with evil energy, and spoke. I never expected the subordinate of the Demon King to have such strength. I underestimated my opponent. Seeing her about to make a move, the male lead anxiously raised his hand to stop her and said loudly, wait a minute, young lady, you misunderstand, we are not the subordinate of the Demon King as you say. Wukong, lying behind, angrily interrupted, Master, don't waste your words with her, just go ahead and fight. Houseen wouldn't let him finish and immediately kicked him in the face, shouting, fight? What are you talking about? All you do is fight and kill every day, use your brain a little. After saying that, he turned to look at mysterious lady, smiled awkwardly, and thought, the peak time of the card is 10 minutes. For the time being, the main combatant Wukong has temporarily lost his effectiveness. He must first win the favor of this mysterious lady, act like a worm, and then take action if the opportunity arises. Thinking this, Houseen began to look up at her and continued, heroine, in fact, we are also righteous people like you, planning to go to the kingdom of women to save people. Surely you have similar intentions, right? Of course, you say you are not their accomplices. Then where is the evidence? Indeed, there is no evidence, but I believe a beautiful heroine like you, with such a heroic demeanor and refreshing sarcasm, surely wouldn't make such a ridiculous mistake of suspecting us, would you? After seeing that the mysterious lady said nothing, he continued to ramble on, shamelessly flattering her to the skies. After hearing those words, she responded somewhat flustered, well, that's only natural. This lady always prefers to let a guilty person go free rather than wrongfully kill an innocent one. But without evidence, it wouldn't be reasonable for me to let you go. Heroine, please don't panic. We have a solution. Why not let us enter the city with you, and if there's anything suspect, just kill us directly. Mysterious lady, having heard those words, was completely led astray. She patted her head and stammered in response, it doesn't seem bad at all. All right, we shouldn't delay, follow me, at your command. Oh right, I'm used to going back and forth alone, I don't like outsiders getting close, so please keep more than 2 zhang away from me. Houseen then casually approached without caring, draping an arm over her shoulder and smiling as he said, don't be so aloof, we are comrades now. Seeing this, mysterious lady's expression darkened. She shot a sharp glance at his hand. Immediately afterward, she swung her sword down fiercely, shouting, let go of me. Houseen barely dodged the blow and looked down at a pit beneath his feet, his face filled with panic. He didn't dare say anything more and after that couldn't stay any longer, hurriedly running away with a forced smile on his face, responding, all right, more than 2 zhang. A moment later, when the 3 of them were walking on the road with a certain distance between them, Wukong quietly said, with her cold and arrogant personality and so many divine weapons, she must be the sword demon's daughter. Sword demon? Yes, the sword demon Lin Huang. Master, have you never heard of her? Never heard of it before. Who is this person that you take so seriously? Sword demon Lin Huang is one of the peaks of the contemporary martial ranking Heavenly Palace, and also the only known member of the mysterious organization Sakya. Heavenly Palace martial ranking? What is Sakya? I'm not exactly sure either, they must be the most formidable person in the Heavenly Palace. That's not right. It's impossible for someone of that rank to have never encountered the realm of power, but just now she looked like she was seeing it for the first time. At this point, Houseen wanted to gather some intelligence about the mysterious lady and called her back. Hey, heroine, going so far away isn't good either. Aren't we going to fight side by side later? We should discuss strategies or something, right? How can we? Without letting the male lead finish his sentence, she interrupted, surprising him, who needs you guys fighting alongside me? What? Isn't it better to fight together? Wukong said in a bit, no need. I will solve it using my own strength, I don't need anyone else interfering. Both of them felt a little disappointed by this response and didn't know what else to say. Wukong then could no longer contain his anger and shouted, what do you think you're acting like at such a young age? On what basis do you think you can handle this yourself? At that moment, Houseen did not let him speak anymore, quickly covering his mouth, forcing a smile, and said softly, all right, don't say any more. The mysterious lady, walking ahead, also spoke up, I cannot guarantee that I will win, if I lose and die, it will naturally be your turn to act. But until then, I do not need any help. Houseen could only remain silent and observe her every step as she walked forward. Looking at her indifferent back, for some reason, Houseen suddenly felt an indescribable loneliness. After a while of walking, the 3 finally reached the gates of the Kingdom of Women. Houseen, with a curious expression, looked at it, thinking to himself, I wonder what the scenery behind this gate will be like. At the same time, the mysterious lady turned around to look at both of them and reiterated, once again, for you, my matters do not require anyone's intervention. Understood. I promise not to interfere, I am very much looking forward to watching the drama unfold, it's completely safe. After finishing her instructions, it was at that moment that the mysterious lady pushed the gate and entered inside. As soon as the gate was opened, her face immediately turned angry, frowning at the scene before her. On the opposite side, there were 3 demon beasts with bizarre shapes, radiating an aura around their bodies. Then, it approached the 3 people and began to speak, oh my, another group of fools has come here. Houseen saw it and his face instantly turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking to himself, it's a demon king level. Wukong can't ensure my safety now, I must think of a way for mysterious lady to fight and protect me at the same time. Wukong beside him was also looking at the demon beasts with a look of disgust, saying, can we kick these insects out of the demon clan? Damn it, it's disgusting to death. While both were still unable to regain their composure, mysterious lady had already grabbed her sword and rushed towards the demon beasts. "Hey, elder sister, don't rush in like that. I haven't even thought of a plan yet. What if the demon king attacks the rear?" At the same time, the demon beasts had also opened its mouth wide, gradually accumulating a large amount of energy. Immediately, it unleashed all its energy beams with a terrifying destructive power, shooting straight down towards the mysterious lady. Instantly, the energy beams from the demon beast slammed into the ground, creating dozens of large explosions. When the smoke cleared, it revealed dozens of various-sized craters on the ground caused by the explosions. At this moment, the demon beast continued to open its drooling mouth wide and shouted, "Ugly human, just another one dead beneath my hands." While the demon beast was still feeling triumphant, a sharp gaze filled with evil energy from the mysterious lady emerged from within the smoke, staring intently at it. Next, she moved like a bolt of lightning, shooting past the head of the demon beast, leaving a large hole in its place. Not easily stopping there, the mysterious lady continued to strike several more times, causing the entire body of the demon beast to resemble a honeycomb. Its body then exploded in midair, spraying a large amount of blood everywhere. The male lead, standing nearby, witnessed the scene and stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Did the demon king just die in one blow? At that moment, applause rang out from the sky along with a hoarse voice. "Ah, what a pity." Hearing this surprised the Houseen group, who turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the sky at that moment was a figure surrounded by an extremely strong aura, continuing to say, "My most adorable and proud little pet, with just one strike from you, has been instant killed. Truly worthy of being from the bloodline of a sword demon." Mysterious lady, standing below, looked a bit surprised and voiced her question, "Do you know my father?" "Not only do I know him, but he and I are irreconcilable enemies. Unable to defeat the old man, I took out my knife to strike. How pathetic I must be, right?" Upon saying this, he raised both hands to the sky and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, realm of power opens up." All three Houseen members below, witnessing this scene, shared the same astonished expression, exclaiming, "This is the realm of power." The demon king then looked down at the three, wearing a smug smile, and continued, "Let me inform you, in this domain, this king is an absolutely undefeated entity. Just moving a finger is enough to take your lives." Upon saying this, he waved his hand, controlling his threads of spiritual energy to bind the body of mysterious lady. He then glanced at the two others behind her, excitement on his face, a mortal, a seriously injured demon king. "This combination won't save you." While the demon king was not paying attention, the mysterious lady, despite being tied up, raised her arm and began to cast a spell, responding, "I don't need anyone to save me." At that moment, powerful swords gradually appeared from the sky, pointing downwards. She then let out a scream, breaking the bindings around her body, her eyes shining brightly. The demon king, witnessing this, gaped in astonishment and exclaimed, "How can this be? This is my domain. There is no absolute champion in this world, merely great power. But the entire sword formation created by my divine weapon is enough to counter you. Compared to that monkey, your power has many weaknesses." Wukong, hearing this, became smug and replied, "Hee, of course, how could he compare to my master?" Houseen, upon hearing this, grew furious and quickly covered his mouth, shouting, "Shut up. What if he hears us and attacks us?" The demon king had landed on the ground and was using demon magic Sea of Skulls, creating dozens of fierce skulls with glowing red eyes directed at the mysterious lady. He then controlled them all to rush towards her at high speed. The mysterious lady, seeing this, showed no fear and furrowed her brows, replying, "What does having many do for you?" With that, she drew her sword and used the technique butterfly dance, creating countless cherry blossom petals. Then, she unleashed everything towards the skulls of the demon king that were charging at her. The two techniques collided, immediately creating a series of loud explosions in the air. Houseen also felt this and asked Wukong beside him, "Both sides are very strong. Wukong, are you still not recovered?" "Yes, not yet, master." "Damn it, to ensure safety, I should probably prepare to activate. The main character cannot die." Just as he used the Neja card, the system displayed the notification, Neja card activated. Neja will join the battle in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Does the system evolve every time a task is completed? Returning to the battle of the mysterious lady, she was now looking up at the skulls with disdain, saying, "Is there so many openings?" After finishing her words, the mysterious lady swung her sword and easily destroyed those skulls. At this moment, the Demon King continued to raise his arm high, gradually creating another skull. "Allow me to present you with this great gift." As he finished speaking, the skull in his hand grew larger, directing its bright gaze towards the mysterious lady. She, on the opposite side, had also dealt with the pile of skulls and rushed toward him. Then, she began to stop and raised her sword, continuing, "If the quantity doesn't matter, then I certainly cannot lose." Just as she finished her words, a gigantic sword suddenly appeared from the sky, plunging straight down towards the Demon King's skull. He stood beneath the sword, sensing something unusual, but was unaware he was facing that anomaly. Both Houseen stood by, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "My God! It's truly no less than the golden cudgel, after all, both are divine weapons." At this moment, the mysterious lady also coldly and decisively swung her sword down, shouting the two words, "Huang Lu." Immediately, her gigantic sword plunged straight down towards the Demon King, causing a huge explosion. He was caught off guard, unable to resist, and could only scream in despair. A moment later, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the Demon King was revealed lying motionless in a large dent in the middle of the courtyard. After a while, he finally began to get back up, speaking in a weak tone, "Damn it. This isn't over yet." The mysterious lady standing in front of him had already aimed her sword at his face with a piercing gaze, commanding, "Lift your head, look into my eyes." As soon as she finished speaking, a spell appeared in her eyes, putting the Demon King into a trance. His body was now bound by two gigantic swords beside him. The mysterious lady, in his space, slowly approached with her fiery red eyes, stating, "If we are to truly speak of an absolute realm, my illusion is perhaps more accurate. Every second here is equivalent to a day outside. The mental pressure you must endure is 100 times greater than out there." In a flash of 10 seconds, the Demon King could no longer hold on and collapsed backward. His face had turned gaunt, drained, and lifeless. Mysterious lady then also felt that it was enough and gradually dissipated it. The two Houseen who witnessed the scene couldn't help but be astonished and whispered to each other, "What is happening? Why does it feel like the enemy has lost the will to fight?" It seems to be the legendary vein secret technique. I've heard that only the top elites of the clan possess this bizarre ability. Exactly. Her eyes are definitely proof of that. At this moment, mysterious lady was looking down at the Demon King in a sorry state at her feet and continued to say, "Give up. Your current state is no longer a match for me." Just as expected from the sword demoness. "I had already anticipated that I couldn't be your opponent. But have you ever thought about why this king has repeatedly chosen to act against you in the kingdom of women?" Upon hearing this, her expression became one of astonishment, her eyes widening as she stared at him. The Demon King at this moment had regained his momentum, raising his hands to the sky, excitedly shouting, "Of course, it's because of the formation, you fool." At that moment, a huge formation from the Demon King began to appear in the sky, accompanied by thunderbolts crashing down. It didn't take him long to create a formation beneath the feet of the mysterious lady. Next, he immediately activated the National Great Formation, creating another formation from the sky that gradually pressed down on the mysterious lady. At this moment, she was also under the heavy pressure of it, unable to move, only able to grit her teeth and endure. "Huh, didn't expect this, did you?" The kingdom of women was a lure from the start, and all their actions were to trap you in this great formation. It takes the strength of an entire nation, so even the descendant of the sword demon can't do anything. The mysterious lady's eyes began to shine again, and with a roar, she broke free from the formation he had created. Then, gritting her teeth while sweat was dripping down her face, she replied, "You underestimate me too much." With that, she unleashed her Dharma manifestation, the heaven-armored Sword King, creating a manifestation with dozens of arms-wielding weapons. The two young men on this side were astonished once again and exclaimed, "What is this? I've never seen this divine sect before. But the nearby demon king showed no fear and wore a smug smile. Seeing this, the mysterious lady flew into the air and continued to speak. Are you calm like that? Are you really confident enough to confront my Dharma manifestation? Just kidding, how could I face the sword demon lord's trump card? So why are you so relaxed, huh? Of course, it's because I've prepared thoroughly. In fact, I have always been waiting for you to reveal this trump card. Hearing him say that, mysterious lady's expression changed to one of surprise, and she frowned as she asked, "What did you say?" The demon king didn't respond immediately but just smiled, beginning to cast his spell. Although he didn't say anything, mysterious lady realized the problem, and her face immediately turned pale with fear. Could it be? At that moment, the ring she was wearing on her hand started to glow, much to her frightened expression. Shortly after, sharp, long bones pierced out from mysterious lady's chest, surrounded by a magic circle created by the demon king. The two Houseen, witnessing that scene, were astonished, their mouths agape, unable to speak. Meanwhile, the demon king was ecstatic, covering his face and chuckling. It worked. It really worked. Ha ha ha, didn't expect it, did you? I have found the weakness of your trump card, which turned out to be the true form. After its formation, if the essence of the Dharma manifestation suffers any damage, it will collapse in response. With such a powerful Dharma manifestation, protecting the weaknesses seems to not be a concern. But what if the attacks from the demon king come from within? Houseen, upon hearing this, recalled the two puppets resembling the old man that had been defeated by the mysterious lady and quickly realized, the mysterious lady has stored them in her storage ring. It's a trap. Meanwhile, the demon king gradually approached the mysterious lady, continuing, with the Dharma manifestation swallowed and the suppression of the grand formation, right now you really. At this point, he suddenly swung his hand and started a flurry of punches all over her body without holding back. The more he punched, the more excited he became, shouting loudly, "I love using divine weapons to turn bad people into toys for punishment. How's my intel, great lady? You don't even dare to kill, yet you want to be a descendant of the blood demon." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the demon king pressed her head down against the ground, disdainfully continuing, "Can't hold up already, can you?" Not stopping there, he continued to punch until he felt satisfied. He looked at the pathetic appearance of the mysterious lady, unable to conceal his smugness, and asked further, "Does it hurt? Are you regretting it? My clan members felt the same way when they encountered your father back then. Aren't you calling for your friends to help? Do you want to die?" She lay before him, now resigned to her fate, replying indifferently, "I admit defeat, go ahead and strike." Ha ha ha, you want me to strike? There's no way it would be that easy. I have to slowly torture you just like your father did back then. No, it will be even more brutal. Don't put on that damn indifferent act, fear me. Fear me. Or should I break those lovely white thighs of yours first as an appetizer before I begin? Just as the demon king was about to launch a strike to cripple the mysterious lady's thighs, an external intervention occurred, causing his move to veer off course. Seeing this, he became furious and shouted loudly, "Who dares?" At that moment, the one appearing before him was the male protagonist, who had transformed into Naja, riding on wind-fire wheels beneath his feet. He then rushed in like a gust of wind, scooped up the mysterious lady in his arms, looked at her, and spoke. "This name indeed will never beg for mercy until death." The mysterious lady was currently fascinated by Houseen's cool expression, her face turning red. But just a second later, she hurriedly pushed him away and struggled, saying loudly, "This aura? Are you the little guy from earlier? Hey, can you not move around so much? I still don't know how to stand on this circle." The demon king standing below was a bit surprised to witness this scene and interjected, saying, "Little guy, you are indeed not immortal, but why couldn't I sense any aura before? That little guy's unclear background is annoying. My body is too weak now, I have to use all the remaining power of the realm to end this quickly, one hit to kill." As he thought this, he unleashed a full-force blow towards the two of them, exclaiming, "Die, all of you." Seeing this, the mysterious lady's face turned anxious, and she quickly said, "It's the power of the realm. Forget about me, quickly run away. Upon hearing this, Houseen also cast his sharp gaze behind him to see what was happening. Do you want to compete in the realm with me? Fine, then let me show you what true realm is. After finishing his words, he retaliated with a strike of his own, easily dispelling the power of the Demon King. The mysterious lady watched the scene with wide eyes, looking at the male protagonist with a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, Wukong on this side was wearing a smug smile, proud of his master. The animals nearby were also terrified, quickly hiding behind a rock, trembling and afraid to make a sound. Houseen did not stop there but continued to create a divine general of his own in the form of a three-headed, six-winged figure. His entire body began to glow as he looked down at the mysterious lady in his hands. The Demon King, witnessing this scene, was so scared that he fell to the ground, speechless. His face then softened, his eyes began to well up with tears, stammering, You. Houseen immediately landed in front of him, a look of excitement on his face, interrupting, What do you mean by you? Speak up. Though his mouth had been wide open for a long time, the Demon King still couldn't utter a word. In his previous life, the Demon King was a gigantic carnivorous eel in a nameless fish pond. The other small fish in the pond would either run away or become prey upon seeing it. Even if the overlord came from elsewhere, it could not escape such a fate in front of it. Gradually, it became an existence that other small creatures dared not discuss. Over time, the food chain made it firmly believe that it was the true monarch, the strongest in this world. Until one day, after a super strong storm struck, the entire lake was swept up into the clouds. The Demon King, for the first time in its life, saw the scene before its eyes, an endless ocean with swallows flying across the sky. After falling onto the surface of the sea, it finally understood what real ocean overlords were. At that moment, it stood with its mouth agape for a long time, until it was made into food. Now, even though it has been a long time since that incident, it still makes the Demon King recall the despair and insignificance of its past life, along with the humiliation of thinking itself to be right. Returning to the present, the Demon King had bowed down on its knees before Houseen, Great Elder, I surrender, I beg you to spare me. In this life, I am willing to be a servant, no matter what you command. Hearing this, his expression turned dissatisfied, thinking, Surrender? Are our cards being wasted like this? You haven't even fought yet, and you talk about surrendering? Without thinking too much, Houseen immediately stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and shouted, Damn it, stop talking nonsense and stand up to fight me. I dare not. I am like an ant before the Great Elder. Now, are you going to fight or not? Fight or not? Not fighting, I would rather die than fight. On the other hand, the incredible power of Naja Peak also left the mysterious lady in a daze for a long time. This power, she had only felt from one person before, that was her father. Since she was young, the mysterious lady had followed her father to harsh places to train. But a figure of such stature would forever only leave her with a distant silhouette. Even when eating or sleeping, she was not allowed to get close. Her father told her, solitude is the most important quality of the strong. Endure even in suffering. Even if she couldn't understand, she always believed in her father. One day, as usual, the mysterious lady followed her father into a forest. Suddenly, she stopped when she heard a noise coming from a nearby bush. Without thinking much, she approached, brushing the grass aside with her hand, curiously peering inside. It was a tiny fox looking at her with the innocent gaze of a child. A person and a fox with 4 eyes stared at each other silently for a long moment. The fox then stood up without hesitation, happily running towards her. It was the first time the mysterious lady had a close encounter with another being, a nameless feeling rushing into her heart. But in the next moment, her father's foot decisively stomped down on the fox, causing blood to splatter. Before long, it stared blankly, no longer breathing. The mysterious lady witnessed this scene, only able to widen her eyes in shock, staring at the fox's corpse. Her father, with eyes shining brightly, filled with evil energy, looked at her and said, What are you doing? Do you want to adopt it like those inferior beings? What are you still standing there for? Answer me quickly. At that moment, Tears began to fall from the corners of the mysterious lady's eyes as she fearfully bowed her head and replied, "I'm sorry, father. Remember, solitude and coldness are the best paths to greatness." No, it should be said that they are the only paths. From that day on, the young mysterious lady did not dare to get close to or linger with any living being anymore. Day by day, year by year on the vast icy plains, the small figure remained always alone. Her father's words were indeed never wrong. She had quickly grown stronger. It was just that it seemed she had unconsciously lost something. And now, looking at the ordinary man before her, who clearly embodied the lowly character as described by her father, he surprisingly possessed strength that was not inferior to her father's at all. For the first time in her life, this mysterious lady began to doubt her great father. Thus, she made a significant decision in that moment. She approached the two people Houseen was grappling with, blushing and hesitating for a moment, then spoke up, "Excuse me." Houseen stopped his hands and turned to look at her. The mysterious lady's face was still flushed. She glanced away shyly and continued, "Can you accept me as your disciple?" Upon hearing this, the male lead gaped in shock and asked back, "Huh, what did you say?" At the same time, the system displayed a notification. The worldview of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady has undergone a significant change. Potential value has increased to 35%. Congratulations on completing the mission. Right afterward, the system rewarded him with an extremely cool Peak King of Hell card. Holding the prize in his hand, Houseen's expression was still one of confusion, not understanding what was happening. The scene shifted to an island floating in the sky, called the City of the Underworld King. At that moment, two figures were conversing in the palace wall. The platinum-haired guy was holding a gem and raised it up for the person in front of him to see. Upon seeing the gem, the other person's face turned fearful, sweating profusely. The guy then used his pressure to squeeze the gem hard, causing it to emit sparks around it, immediately causing the gem to shatter, releasing a powerful burst of energy that knocked the demon backward. As the wave of energy gradually dissipated, it revealed the gem with cracks around it, no longer intact as before. "Oh my God, young master, you only needed to use your pressure to crack the long pearl, truly amazing. This is the hardest natural material in the underworld. Your magical power could even rank among the top 100 in the martial ranking on Heavenly Palace." "Huh, how could that be? A tiny piece of junk like me can't compete with the great characters on Heavenly Palace. But I guess I'm not being punished anymore, hee hee." At that moment, the King of Hell appeared behind him, speaking in a deep voice. "What are you laughing at? Are you very happy?" Seeing him, his expression turned fearful, and he timidly replied, "Father, no. It's not like that." The King of Hell then reached out his hand, taking the precious pearl from his son's hand, and looked at it with a disdainful expression, continuing, "Is this the capital that you dare to be so proud of?" At this point, he only needed a light grip to crush the precious pearl with an expressionless face. "Is that all? Do you still think you are very capable now?" Hearing this, the young man dared not say anything more and sadly turned his head away. The King of Hell, seeing his attitude, glared and raised his fist. "I am asking you." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist struck his son's face in a devastating blow, sending him crashing backward into the wall with a loud crash. Not stopping there, the King of Hell continued to approach him, then swung his hand and tightly gripped his neck, lifting him into the air. "Let me remind you. A talentless waste like you, even with the utmost effort, can only reach the 3rd tier. Without effort, you won't even make it to the 9th tier." Having said that, the King of Hell tossed his son down, turned his back, and ordered, 10 days of confinement to wake up, you useless scum. The young man lay on the floor, not daring to say anything, watching the retreating figure of his father with a sad expression. At the same time, at the temporary military camp in the mountains, 2 soldiers on this side were standing around, dealing with their boredom and talking to each other. "Honestly, breaking the rules or anything, we even have to relieve ourselves 3 steps away from the camp. Let's not say much, our dragon cavalry is invincible in the world not because of strict military discipline, right?" As both were talking, they paused when they heard a noise coming from a nearby jar. Curious, the two went to look into the jar, wondering what the sound was. From inside the jar, dozens of warped cloth masks were sticking out. One of them saw this and was startled, stepping back and exclaiming, "What the hell, what is this?" The other, with a face showing no fear, clenched his teeth and replied, "What's there to be surprised about?" At this point, the man picked up the jar and examined it closely. It must be the work of some idol cult. Useless. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, a wave of ghost energy cut through his body, leaving him unable to react. The last man standing nearby, witnessing this scene, was filled with terror, his eyes wide open, speechless. At that moment, he was surrounded by enormous demons with glaring red eyes staring at him. Looking at the extremely bizarre creatures before him, he couldn't help but panic as he exclaimed, What the hell is this?" A moment later, the terrified scream of that ill-fated soldier echoed throughout the forest. Time passed quickly, and 10 days later, after rescuing the king and the people of the Kingdom of Women, Houseen had to run all night. This was because the entire village wanted to show their gratitude, but Houseen couldn't handle it all alone. On the way, for some unknown reason, the little monkey king not only failed to recover but also fell into a deep sleep. In other words, during this journey, there were only two people, Houseen and the mysterious lady. At this moment, the male protagonist turned to look at the mysterious lady beside him and started a conversation. Mysterious lady asked, "Good disciple, besides practicing martial arts, do you have any special talents?" "I don't have any, I only know how to practice martial arts." "Then do you have any happy memories from the past?" "Excuse me, I only practice martial arts every day." "Then tell me about the things you're interested in, let's have a conversation." I guess martial arts." The conversation ended here, more boring than ever. Both remained silent in the awkward atmosphere as they moved straight ahead in the following days. "Oh my, Wukong, please wake up quickly, I'm so embarrassed. This little guy won't have any issues, right?" But the aura of the little monkey king seems completely normal, he's just unconscious. What's even stranger is that since he used the card twice, a vague source of power suddenly began to emerge within Houseen's body. This energy was indeed like a familiar feeling, as if it belonged to him. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification, "Target area reached." Looking at the temporary military camp in front of him surprised the male protagonist as he wondered, why is the King of Hell in the mortals' military camp? Upon entering, what caught his eye were the dry corpses of soldiers piled up on the ground. Witnessing this scene left Houseen astonished, and he exclaimed, "Did a war happen here?" The mysterious lady hurried over from behind, placed her hand on the body of a nearby corpse, and remarked, "The energy is so dense. What happened? A regular person wouldn't die like this." At the same time, Houseen's system also activated, pointing an arrow in another direction, notifying him of the King of Hell's location. After walking for a while longer, both of them stopped in front of a solitary grave in the forest. Inside the tomb's entrance was a stream of ominous energy emanating, along with a sign that read, "This is the residence of the King of Hell." Upon seeing this, Houseen's expression turned to one of fear, his mouth agape and his eyes wide open. The boy, frightened by the Tomb Raider novels from his previous life, trembled at the thought of horrifying things below and said, "Could it be, inside this tomb? No way. No way. I don't want to go in. But if the mission isn't completed, my life could be lost. Mom, I want to go back to Earth." The mysterious lady observed the pale face of the male protagonist from her side and, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Master, are you scared?" Hearing her ask that, Houseen was startled, paused for a moment, then tried to act like he was okay, rubbing his head and forcing a smile, replied, "Ha ha ha, how could it be? The master is so strong that he usually likes to pretend to be weak. Just ignore me." The mysterious lady, being honest and not suspicious of others, felt a bit admiration and complimented. "Expert, truly an expert, your actions are really hard to understand." After saying that, she stepped inside the tomb without hesitation, leaving the male lead behind. "Then let me measure." Hey. You should go a bit slower, don't distance yourself too much from me." A while later, when both of them had entered the tomb, the mysterious lady looked at Houseen's bloodless face sticking to her and remarked in surprise, "Expert, you act really well." However, the eerie atmosphere here was growing heavier. Suddenly, a strange noise came from a nearby rock crevice, making the male lead jump in surprise and shout. His face became extremely alert, and he quietly asked, "What was that noise just now?" On closer inspection, it was the sound of a frog slowly hopping forward. Seeing this, the male lead felt relieved, placing his hand on his chest and letting out a sigh. It turned out to be just a frog, shocking him. His complexion brightened again as he continued forward, unaware that danger lurked behind him. After walking a few steps, Houseen suddenly felt something and instinctively turned his head back. At that moment, he was stunned to see a group of monsters, frozen for a few seconds. The mysterious lady nearby also noticed them, her expression turning angry as she thought, "They are all Underworld Beast King level, what is going on? Creatures from the Underworld cannot appear in the human realm, something must have gone horribly wrong somewhere." Back with the male lead, he was sprinting as fast as he could, exclaiming repeatedly, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." But not far into his run, he was ensnared by the tentacles of the monster. Next, it opened its mouth wide and slowly drew the male lead in, amid his screams of, "Ah ah ah, save me. I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The mysterious lady below heard this and looked up at him, preparing to take action. But then she remembered the words the male lead had told her and hesitated, smiling as she said, "It's fine, the master is strong like that, he must be just playing around." "What? Hey, what's with that reassuring expression of yours? People are about to die here." Upon saying this, Houseen looked back at the distance between himself and the mouth of the demon and exclaimed, "We're really about to die." Tears streamed down his face as he helplessly said, "It's over, this time we're really done for, I told you we can't cultivate immortality." The scene shifts to Wukong, who is unconscious, lying beneath the ground. He suddenly opened his bright eyes, looking toward the male protagonist. Then he took in his surroundings and jumped up, raising his arm with a serious expression, beginning to gather energy, launching an attack. "The Tao is incomplete, yet brings forth all creation." After saying this, Wukong immediately swung his hand, directing a surge of energy toward the demon. The previous attack instantly created a large hole in the demon's chest and defeated it. Houseen was saved from it, falling from above. Wukong, standing below after defeating one, glanced at the remaining demons and said, "There are too many evil beings." At that moment, all of them rushed toward the small but promising Wukong in front of them. He saw this with an unflinching expression, casting a sharp glance at all of them. But just then, another demon appeared from behind, swinging its enormous foot down directly towards Wukong's body. Houseen, standing nearby, felt anxious and called out loudly, "Watch out behind you." As the gigantic foot came crashing down, it was met by Wukong's two arms blocking it. No matter how hard the demon tried, it could not step on him. His gaze had turned icy, filled with evil energy, and he solemnly spoke, "It must collapse." With that, Wukong immediately strained, emanating a powerful energy that pushed the demon's giant foot back. Then, this energy accumulated into glowing orbs swirling around his body. Following that, he continued to glance at the demon before him and said, "So, the more one neglects the martial path, the deeper one can enter the way." As soon as Wukong finished speaking, all the demons surged towards him, opening their mouths wide. He had never feared anyone, so he glared and frowned at them all. After that, he lowered his face and raised his arm, which was wrapped in his own energy, high above. Immediately, at his position, a massive burst of energy erupted, blowing them all away. That energy continued to surge fiercely, illuminating the entire cave. Houseen stood by, witnessing the scene, unable to hide his amazement as he stared at Wukong's back in front of him. Wukong then turned his head, raised a thumbs up, smiled, and said, "Master, how was that?" The aura of this kid completely transformed him into a different person. The mysterious lady, standing nearby, couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to herself, "So strong, I am definitely not a match for him now, it's clear that not long ago we were equal, he must have had an expert to guide him." At this moment, the mysterious lady felt even more reverence towards Houseen. This level can still surpass even further. Thinking of this, she covered her flushed face with both hands, flustered, "Why is my face so hot?" At the same time, on the side of the male lead, he was looking at Wukong, who had just landed in front of him, asking in confusion, "Hey Wukong, what exactly is going on?" "Ha ha ha, master, I'm really good, aren't I?" The deep sleep earlier was because I was adjusting the meridians in my body. After experiencing failure in using the realm last time, I can now do it 8 times. Hearing this, Houseen was left speechless and secretly thought to himself, 8 times, this kid's talent is really impressive. The peak card can only be used more than 10 times, right? If this continues, I will be left behind by my disciple. I have to think of a way to become stronger quickly. At that moment, the male protagonist, from Wukong's perspective, was Houseen biting his lips, glaring at him with a look of contempt. Is that all, just 8 times? Then your little guy's talent is really something. Is the master's expression and tone mocking me? Am I really that unworthy to be a great monkey? Thinking of this, Wukong did not hesitate at all, immediately knelt down, bowed his head, and said loudly, Master, I know I was wrong. Please don't be disappointed and don't chase me away. I still have so much to learn. Houseen heard this and felt a bit confused, frowning and asking back, what do you mean? At that moment, the system panel displayed the message, congratulations, potential value increased from 5% to 35%. Achieve the reward of a small majestic mask prop gift. Once the announcement was made, the system immediately granted the mask into the palm of the male protagonist's hand. He once again received a windfall, confused and unsure of what was happening, muttering, what did I do again? What is this thing good for? This damn system didn't give any reminders either. At the same time, the mysterious lady approached Wukong and questioned, by the way, doesn't the master prefer to act like a fool? Why interrupt, aren't you afraid of being punished? You don't understand this. From my observation, for the master, cooperating with him to perform the rescue of the weak is the most fun. While the two were talking, suddenly a soul appeared from behind, rushing towards them. Both of them immediately sensed its presence and quickly turned their heads. Wukong then began to take action, shouting, which spawn of evil are you, so daring? But as soon as he finished speaking, the soul did nothing but flew through his body, then rushed straight in another direction behind the two. Following it were dozens of other souls also rushing in. None of them had any ill intentions towards the 3 Houseen and flew past them quickly. Houseen was still confused about what was happening and turned to look at the mysterious lady, questioning, what is this? Master, they must all be mortal souls, but under normal circumstances, one would need a specific divine weapon to see them. It said that only an extreme-level focus can allow one to perceive them. After hearing her words, the male protagonist looked in surprise at those souls, thinking, who in the world killed these beings? Could it be the little king of hell? Not long after, a portal appeared before the 3, accompanied by waves of hidden weapons emanating from within. All 3 stared at it with vigilant expressions, not a hint of carelessness. This aura, it can't be wrong. I didn't expect that someone would actually dare to open a passage between 2 realms. Who has the audacity to do this? Whoever he is, if he dares to disregard lives, let's fight him first and talk later. His 2 disciples fell silent, looking at him as if waiting for something. After a moment, all 3 maintained their positions, though the 2 disciples had grown solemn. The mysterious lady could no longer wait and voiced her concern, Master, why are you suddenly motionless? Wukong, standing beside her, had also understood the hidden meaning from the main character's dazed expression. He immediately volunteered to enter, saying, Master, don't compete with me. I will lead the charge, I love being at the forefront. Very good, worthy of having the name Wu in your title. With that, Wukong confidently strode into the passageway. Houseen then proceeded to be the last one entering, carefully looking around, and said, don't go too fast, wait for me. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced to the side, with a wary expression on his face. In front of him was a huge female demon, surrounded by vines from the waist down. Witnessing that horrifying scene caused Houseen to lose his composure, falling back and exclaiming, damn it. That's definitely the cursed lady. Having said that, he had pressed himself against a rock wall behind his 2 disciples. Seeing this, Wukong reassured him, Master, don't be afraid. It seems to be in a deep sleep. Hearing this, but still shaking like a leaf, he questioned, Are you sure about that? Mysterious lady and Wukong then began to approach the feet of the cursed lady, placing her hand on a random root beneath her feet. Immediately, mysterious lady could sense the wailing souls within. Wukong then turned to look at the male lead and began recounting what he had seen. Mysterious lady interjected, adding, "This guy must be afraid of attracting the attention of the upper world, so he sent a group of spirit beasts to sneak into the human realm to help him kill people and collect souls. But aren't spirit beasts in the human world easily driven to madness? A special divine weapon can set up a barrier first. It can make a proud king-level creature its slave. The power of this monster is immeasurable. No, this big guy is also helping someone." Hearing this, Wukong's mouth dropped open in shock, his eyes wide open. What? Helping someone? That's right, do you see the coffin hanging in its belly? The true leader of them is lying inside. How did you figure that out? It doesn't feel special at all, because I recognize that its master is an old acquaintance of my father. As a great character who was once ranked 10th in the Heavenly Palace martial ranking, the two young men were shocked and exclaimed, "What? 10th in the Heavenly Palace martial ranking? I'm not mishearing, am I? Are you saying he is a great character ranked 10th in the Heavenly Palace martial ranking?" "That's right, I recognize the unique totem on the coffin." Houseen, who was behind, immediately spoke up with a panicked expression, "So what are we waiting for? Let's run." Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, "Want to run? Go ahead and try." Hearing this, Houseen's spirit soared, and he dove to hug mysterious lady, exclaiming, "Mother, who is that? Didn't it lose consciousness?" "Master, it's not this big guy, it's the voice behind her." "Don't panic, let me check it out first." With that, Wukong immediately stepped forward and looked down with a surprised expression. There really are people here. In front of Wukong stood the figures of two people tied up in front of someone. It seemed that they were not just one person, the two being bound by vines were black and white impermanence, looking battered. The name that had just tortured them stood before them, wearing a smug, contemptuous smile and said, "Is this all your left and right arms, old king of hell? How boring, don't delude yourselves into thinking you can escape. With your strength, you won't get away." White impermanence, looking terrified, quickly shouted, "That guy is truly a monster, a real monster, do you understand? 30 years ago, nearly 2 cities worth of ordinary people died unjustly, all because of him just to alleviate his boredom. A person like that, do you really think he will feel grateful because you helped him come back to life? Don't dream, he will be the first to kill you. At this moment, while the souls aren't gathered enough, you can still turn back." The three-eyed man, after hearing this, showed no sign of regret. Instead, he grinned excitedly and continued, "Do you really think I resurrected him to earn his gratitude? It's all just for the sake of chaos, darling." Upon hearing this, White Impermanence was a bit surprised and asked back, "What do you mean? To make the world return to the beautiful moments of 30 years ago, what value does my tiny life hold? A well-deserved death, darling. Haha, just thinking about it is already fantastic. This bastard has gone crazy, Xiao He, let me buy you some time. Quickly go report back to the king, it's best to notify the heavenly realm as well. But in our current state, how can we escape? Don't worry, I haven't used my trump card yet. You just need to run." As soon as he finished speaking, White Impermanence immediately broke free from his restraints and jumped into the air, then gathered his energy to unleash a move called 33 Streams of the Hidden Arts of 100 Spirits, Wind. Instantly, the entire body of the three-eyed man was frozen by White Impermanence's technique. Black Impermanence also took this opportunity to free himself and escape, then looked at White Impermanence beside him with a worried expression and quickly said, "Stop. This technique of yours will drain your life, hurry and run. If you don't want me to die in vain, stop talking nonsense." Black Impermanence was taken aback by this, clenched his teeth, surprised but then quickly regained his composure and replied seriously, "I understand." After saying that, Black Impermanence began to gather his energy and used the technique called Ghost Infant of Red Chains and Flowing Light, creating streams of spiritual energy surrounding his body. Next, without the slightest delay, he dashed off like the wind. After flying for a while, he turned back with a worried expression, "Xiao Bai, please, for your sake, don't die. I will bring you back right away." But just as Black Impermanence finished his thought, the three-eyed man had appeared behind him, raising both hands with an excited expression. Even White Impermanence over here was astonished, not knowing when he had escaped. The three-eyed man then swung his hand and delivered a powerful blow to Black Impermanence, causing him to crash down into the ground with a loud noise. White Impermanence, witnessing this scene, could only helplessly shout, "Xiao Hei." As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed him lying motionless in a large dent in the ground. The three-eyed man then walked over to him leisurely, whistling. At this moment, Black Impermanence was still gasping for breath, looking up at him, weakly pleading, "This will cause so many beings to suffer. I beg you, please stop, I implore you." He didn't bother to listen to his words, maintaining the excited smile on his face and laughing loudly. "Haha, noisy fellow." At that moment, the three-eyed man immediately swung his arm, wrapped in his true chi, down towards Black Impermanence, shouting, "Die." But just as he was about to strike, he suddenly froze, struggling to move his body. The body of the three-eyed man was being held in place by some invisible force, leaving him unable to move. What is happening? Why can't I move my body? White Impermanence standing nearby also sensed something and turned his head in astonishment. This aura, could it be? Just as he felt, in the distance was the son of the King of Hell, casually walking over while rubbing his head. At the same time, on the side of the male protagonist, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, you have found the target." Is he really the little King of Hell? The three-eyed man also turned to look at the little King of Hell with a surprised expression, secretly thinking, "This bastard looks timid, but the pressure radiating from him is truly terrifying. Moreover, who is this Lin Lord he mentioned? I fear I may not be his match." Thinking this, he turned to look at the giant girl sleeping behind him and said loudly, "Second Divinity, help us." Upon hearing this, Second Divinity was immediately awakened and opened her bright eyes wide. The coffin resting on her stomach also slid out. At that moment, Second Divinity tilted her head back and roared, causing the roots around her body to be released, emanating an extremely powerful hidden weapon. Immediately after, she and those roots charged towards the three-eyed being, who had his mouth wide open. In an instant, Second Divinity's body turned into a stream of air and entered his body. At that moment, half of Second Divinity's face appeared on his, and together they exclaimed, "We, as a couple, unite as one, becoming unmatched in the world." After the introduction, he began to lift his foot, stepping toward the little King of Hell with an extremely strong aura radiating around, ready to face death. But before they could maintain their cool for 2 seconds, both of them froze with a dazed expression. Their faces then turned frantic as they exclaimed, "Why can we still not move? This is ridiculous. Who on earth are you? Please, don't play with me like this. Who are you really? I am truly just a servant in the underworld. It's all just schemes of the Chi Lord." At this point, the little King of Hell began to raise one of his fingers, creating a wave of spiritual energy, and softly continued, "If you don't believe it, I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, at the location of the three-eyed man, a gigantic Chi Lin appeared, tightly holding him. The three-eyed man was terrified and stammered, "Is this damn thing the legendary Chi Lin divine beast? I've lived this long and have only heard about it in fairy tales. This wave of spiritual energy, even the second divinity that we integrate cannot compete with. I must find a way to escape, waiting for the great senior to revive." After thinking this, they began to plead, "Big brother, I know I was wrong. Can you spare me? I'm sorry, but that's not possible. My father has already given the order. Your father isn't here. Give me a chance." "No, no. My father is everywhere." Houseen, standing nearby, was now placing his hand on his chest, letting out a sigh. "The martial ranking strength of the 10th level is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the King of Hell is powerful enough to control it. The strength of that lord hasn't even been used at all. Otherwise, apart from the master, everyone else would have to stand still. I assure you, as for the master, I am not so certain." "Damn it, is it really that terrifying? Is he only a 10th rank?" Wukong stood over here, full of fighting spirit, warming up his limbs with an excited expression and said, "Master, this guy is too strong. My hands are itching. That's good, try going up against him. Be careful, understood. After saying that, Wukong rushed in, charging straight at the little king of hell with a combative look on his face. The guy over here also noticed him charging in and began to become wary. Just as Wukong got within striking range of the little king of hell, he was immediately caught by a binding technique. Seeing this, Wukong frowned, gritted his teeth, and silently acknowledged the strength of the little king of hell. Indeed, this guy is very strong. But I am no longer as useless as before. After saying that, an energy ball gradually formed in the palm of his hand. Next, he quickly clasped his hands together, using a great Tao of power to destroy the technique of the little king of hell. The guy over here, seeing that, covered his face, opened his mouth in shock, and exclaimed, "What is this source of power? It's so terrifying." Wukong did not stop there but continued to rush forward with a serious expression. Little King of Hell also began to raise a finger, creating a wave of spiritual energy, and softly said, "I'm really sorry, mysterious family, divine beast summon, mystic martial world, connect." At that moment, from within his wave of spiritual energy, a gigantic black tortoise emerged, roaring several times. Wukong was unable to bear the pain from its roars and fell to the ground, holding his head, exclaiming, "My head, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The mysterious lady on this side was astonished upon witnessing the scene, exclaiming, "All these are rare divine beasts in the world, each one extraordinary. Heaven is really unfair. How can someone with a mountain of divine weapons complain?" Speaking of which, one has supreme comprehension, and the other has supreme talent. I, the master, have nothing at all. Just as the protagonist finished speaking, a wrath from above descended and struck his head as a warning. Back on Wukong's side, he was frantically punching the shell of the black tortoise that was shielding Little King of Hell. Half an hour later, that shell remained intact, shiny, and without a scratch. Seeing that he couldn't break it, Wukong couldn't help but get angry and shouted loudly, "Come out here and fight me fairly, Demon King Lord, how could a small person like me be your opponent? I surrender, surrender. What kind of man are you? You have no skills at all. This all comes from my father's generosity. Without it, I would be nothing." Bullshit. Do you think I'm an idiot? The summoned beasts are all from your own talent. How could they be given by someone else? That's because of Lord Father's genetic traits. It has nothing to do with me. You always mention your father. How old are you, little guy? The truth is, if it weren't for Lord Father's permission, I wouldn't be able to take action. Oh dear, this is annoying. Get out of here, you bastard. Mysterious lady listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, is there anyone who summons a bunch of divine beasts and still calls himself a useless person? Genius doesn't even begin to describe him. Exactly. I also feel like this guy has been manipulated by his father while growing up. Manipulation? What does manipulation mean? How can I explain this to you? You can understand it as a type of controlling magic. After explaining, Housien's expression became serious as he looked at Wukong. We need to confirm something. Housien raised his arm high and said loudly, "Wukong, stop for a moment, take me there." Hearing this, Wukong also stopped, turned to look at him with a puzzled expression, then followed the command and brought the male lead to the Little King of Hell. Haha, little brother, I have something else I'm curious about. With your strong abilities, why are you always so humble? It's not humility. Compared to my father, I'm just garbage, not worth mentioning. Did your father say that? Isn't that a bit too much? No, 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 my father just wants what's best for me. Then may I ask a question? Have you ever been anywhere outside the underworld? No, never. Lord Father told me to limit my contact with outsiders. Lacking talent as it is, if others disturb me and delay my progress, there will be no hope. Hearing this, Housien could only helplessly place his hand on his face, silently thinking, "Oh my God, this is truly textbook manipulation, there's no saving it." At this moment, Wukong raised a question and interjected, "Master, why say these things to him? Just give me an incense stick, and I promise I will break his cage." Wukong, don't say any more. This little brother is really embarrassed. It's my fault for mistaking someone. I have offended you. Please forgive me, do not hold this against me. Oh no, senior, you're exaggerating, you're exaggerating. It's no trouble at all. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Alright, you take your time. The two then returned to their positions, watching the back of the little king of hell gradually getting smaller. At this point, Houseen turned to Mysterious Lady and asked, Mysterious Lady, your hidden divine weapon must not be discovered, right? Don't worry, Master, this is a gift from my father. He said that anything below martial ranking 10 will definitely not be able to see through it. Wow, your father's treasures are so numerous. At this moment, Wukong, who was standing behind, scratched his head and asked, Master, then why do we have to follow him? You don't want to take in another disciple, do you? Of course, we have our plans. This person has such an inferiority complex that even using the peak card might not necessarily increase his potential value. The key to enhancing his potential definitely lies with his father. There's something else I want to ask, Master, has there been any issue with your body? Hearing him ask this surprised him a bit, and he wondered, why do you ask that? With Master's unfathomable strength, he clearly didn't sense even a hint of spiritual energy leaking out before. But now, I can feel some escaping, probably around the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. The mysterious lady standing beside him also chimed in, I can feel it too. I thought it was just my imagination. Houseen, hearing them say this, stood there in a daze for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he thought, 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. It really isn't my imagination. My body has indeed strengthened from using the peak card. If that's the case, this familiar and intense sensation must be accurate. Could it be that I truly was incredibly strong before? Having had his memories altered, he blended in as a lower being. While the male protagonist was still enjoying his thoughts, Wukong beside him began pointing and the silhouette of the little king of hell spoke up, Master, they are about to leave. Seeing this, he immediately dashed away, calling after his two disciples, hurry, follow him. At the same time, in the Underworld, the Azura martial arts arena was hosting a match with hundreds of spectators watching. When the signal began, a monster charged forward, opening its mouth wide, accumulating a ball of spiritual energy, and shouted, try this. After saying that, he shot out a stream of spiritual energy from his mouth toward the other participant. The old man in front of him raised his hand calmly to block it, wearing a smug expression on his face. Not stopping there, the fat one continued to charge forward, raising one arm high, try this. As soon as he swung his arm down, the old man in front, with agility, moved to the side and said, my turn now, fatso. With that, he immediately swung his fist, but the fat one quickly blocked it. The old man then kicked, catching him off guard, and he took the hit. The fat guy didn't hold back as he swung his fist straight into the old man's face, forcing the old man to quickly raise his hands to block. The other guys standing below witnessing the scene couldn't hide their excitement and spoke up. Truly deserving of the title second killing general, their strength is indeed domineering. When will we reach their level? In my dreams, it seems more feasible. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the old king of hell stood up, looked at the two fighting in the air, and shouted loudly, enough, stop for this king. A bunch of useless fools. Continuing this is just like a bunch of bears fighting. Upon hearing this, the two stopped and turned to glare at him, thinking to themselves, it seems the old man wants to start bullying again. King of Hell then opened his mouth wide and continued to shout, with your pathetic level, you don't even deserve this king's glance. King, we apologize for not honing our skills properly. Don't call me king, you're not worthy. Saying this, he started pointing at each of them one by one, ordering, you, and you all, come and attack me with full force. To remind you how high the sky and how thick the earth is. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and take action. At this moment, all those people were so scared that they collapsed on the ground, bowing their heads in unison, we dare not, we absolutely do not dare. Hearing this, he smirked and thought to himself, you don't even dare to beg for forgiveness. After thinking this, his eyes turned bloodshot with immense pressure, and he continued, a bunch of useless fools. If you can't fight back but dare to lay hands on this king, then I can no longer see you as men, unlike now, you are truly contemptible. Damn it! Trust that old bastard. Last time, the Western Demon King was fooled by his bullshit and got beaten up under his pretext, hasn't left his bed in half a year. All that old man wants is simply the feeling of everyone kneeling and licking his shoes, truly a hypocrite who doesn't even dare to go to the heavenly palace, crazily showing off in his own house. He is the useless one. At that moment, the little king of hell had also returned from outside, announcing, "Father Lord, the child is back." Seeing this, he glanced over and curiously asked, "Are the matters finished?" "It's done." Indeed, the Demon King has caused chaos, but he has been thrown into prison. Thrown into prison? Didn't I tell you to bring his head to me? Didn't father say to put him in prison? Isn't this the special prison token you gave me? Hearing this, the old man couldn't argue back and became furious, grinding his teeth. Then, his eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the little king of hell and said in a deep voice, "Are you implying that this king remembers incorrectly?" "No, I didn't mean that." Before he could explain, the old man raised his fist and interrupted, "Then let me ask you, would this king give a wrong order?" Without another word, he swung his arm and landed a merciless punch on his son's face. The blow sent the little king of hell flying, crashing onto the arena and causing rocks to fly everywhere. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed him lying motionless among the debris. Not stopping there, the king of hell continued to walk toward his son with a cold expression. The subordinate standing behind trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. At this moment, the old man had also stepped in front of his son and looked down at him. Then, he gradually bent down, reached out his hand, and grabbed his neck, lifting him into the air, loudly saying, "From now on, anyone who dares to doubt this king will meet the same fate as him. Do you all hear me clearly?" The men kneeling before him all shouted in unison, "Obey the king." Is this old man using this opportunity to warn everyone? Even if he is wrong, he must be right. A poisonous tiger does not eat its own cubs, yet he uses his own son to scare others. Damn it, what a beast. With so many people, does he not need to leave any face for his son? At this moment, the king of hell looked at his son and continued to speak, "I will ask you again, should I have you throw him into prison or bring me his head?" Father, you really said to throw him into prison." Upon hearing this, his expression turned vicious again, staring at him with bloodshot eyes full of evil energy. The subordinates kneeling nearby were also panicking on his behalf, loudly saying, "Young master, don't be stubborn, he will really die." The king of hell had begun to raise his fist high, asking once again, "What did you just say? Speak louder for me, I can't hear clearly since I'm deaf." Just when he was about to throw another punch, a beam of bright light suddenly descended from behind, stopping him. The male lead and his two disciples walked out leisurely from inside, speaking, "Hey, old man, I was actually worried that there were too many people here. If I didn't show you some face, it would be a bit unreasonable. But now, it's all good, you really don't need to save face." The two, Wukong and the mysterious lady behind him, also began to loosen their joints with excited expressions, looking at the old king of hell. He stood there, looking at the three of them with a sharp gaze, and spoke in a deep voice. Where did these little brats come from, daring to come to the underworld and cut off their own lifeline? Wukong then volunteered to step forward, saying quickly, "Master, let me deal with him." But the male lead, unlike usual, responded with a serious expression. "No need, this time I'll handle it myself." "Oh, master, are you really coming in person? I'm so excited, I get to learn again." Houseen then began to take out the King of Hell card he held in his hand, thinking to himself, the cooldown time has been reduced to just 1 minute, next time I might be able to activate it immediately. Just as he finished his thought, his body started to grow larger, exuding an extremely powerful aura. The form he transformed into was the strongest King of Hell in history, Qin Guang Wang. Houseen then turned his sharp gaze to the old man in front of him, thinking, this ability is truly interesting, let's have a little fun with you this time. The old King of Hell on this side watched as the male protagonist slowly sat down, also thinking to himself, this transformation isn't worth mentioning, but what's with this aura? It can't be. Before he could finish his thought, Houseen, sitting opposite him, spoke up. Old man, this time let's play a little trick, I'll sit still for you to attack. If you take a step, I'll consider it my loss. How about that? If a brat like you can withstand 3 moves from me, then boasting afterward won't be too late. Alright, alright. With that, he immediately summoned a thunder demon from his formation. The thunder demon immediately charged towards the old man in front of him, raising its fist. The old man, upon seeing this, did not move, frowned, and exhaled heavily. He then gently swung his hand to deliver a fatal blow to the demon's body. The demon immediately fell to the ground, spitting blood. The king of hell then turned to look at the protagonist and spoke disdainfully, "Is this the skill that makes you so arrogant?" The protagonist, unfazed, replied with an excited smile, "It's not over yet." Just as Houseen finished speaking, the thunder demon behind him began to rise back up as if nothing had happened. The king of hell said nothing more and turned to face it, ready to fight. At this moment, the thunder demon had become more aggressive, roaring and charging towards him. The king of hell was equally undeterred, rushing in to deliver an uppercut to the demon's chin. He then decisively punched its left cheek and followed up with a kick to the other side of the demon. As it fell to the ground, he became even more ferocious, delivering dozens of punches all over the thunder demon's body. Finally, it was the most exciting moment for the old king of hell, when he tore the body of the thunder demon in half. After defeating it, the old man's expression turned incredibly thrilled as he turned to the main character and exclaimed loudly, "Useless. I told you, you can't defend against it." The two, the mysterious lady and Wukong, standing nearby, glanced at him with visible annoyance on their faces. The king of hell continued to boastfully assert, "This level of power is simply not enough to challenge me." Houseen, hearing this, calmly smiled and replied, "Oh really? Is that so?" The old king of hell, noticing his attitude, revealed clear displeasure, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this little brat, still fresh-faced, acts as if he's above everyone else. Today, I will teach you what hierarchy and rules mean. Of course, your life will be the price. Sorry to say, but you are old and haven't even touched what's mine, so don't brag." As soon as he finished his sentence, the corpse of the thunder demon, which had been torn apart by the old king of hell, suddenly recovered at a shocking speed. The old man, seeing this, couldn't help but be astonished, his eyes widening in surprise. Rapid reincarnation, huh? How is that possible? This is a superhuman talent that only exists at the peak level. Moreover, this guy clearly is just a summoned beast. At the same time, the other half of the torn body was also gradually recovering and sitting up. Soon after, it had raised the number to 2, stepping towards the old king of hell. Damn, not only reincarnation but also division. I've never heard of such a summoning talent. What kind of divine thing is this? While he was still in shock, the male protagonist sitting opposite him wore a smug smile and said, Hey, I'm telling you, making that expression is so boring. Our game has just begun." "Good, very good. Then this king doesn't need to hide anymore." With that, he immediately unleashed all the true power suppressed within his body. Every layer of clothing on him was torn apart by a more muscular form. Wukong standing nearby was astonished and thought to himself, the aura of dominance has completely changed. At this moment, the entire body of the king of hell transformed into a completely new appearance with a third eye opened on his forehead. The old man, after successfully transforming, let out a deafening roar. Accompanying his roars were waves of spiritual energy surging towards the thunder demon. Seeing this from below, the thunder demon began to raise its fist, wrapped in a hidden weapon, charging towards the streams of spiritual energy. The two forces collided, creating shockwaves that radiated out from the surrounding area. While the thunder demon struggled to withstand the stream of spiritual energy in front of it, the old man, the king of hell, immediately moved behind it. Next, he raised his fist, glaring with wide eyes, and charged from behind the thunder demon. He then unleashed a flurry of punches directly at its body without missing. But at that moment, the other thunder demon appeared behind him, raising its fist high and then swinging down with all its might. While the king of hell had no chance to defend himself, he quickly turned his head and was able to stop the thunder demon's hand with just his gaze. The others standing by witnessed this scene, their mouths agape in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is the king this strong?" It turns out he was hiding such great power. The old man on this side had also delivered a final punch that sent the head of the remaining thunder demon flying. Wukong, observing from start to finish, couldn't help but be astonished, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, completely not on the same level. The mysterious lady nearby shared the same thought with him, looking at the King of Hell with a serious expression. The combined power of me and Wukong is not even a match for him. At that moment, at the location of the headless thunder demon, flesh sprouts were gradually starting to grow back. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but break into a smug smile, thinking, indeed, the recovery speed is quite slow. Haha, I told you, nothing is truly immortal. This thing's situation is the same. Although my Azura state does not last long, it is enough to crush the summoned beasts and kill the main body. With this thought, the King of Hell rushed toward the recovering thunder demon, declaring loudly, I'll take your life while you're weak. With that, he immediately raised his arms high, gritting his teeth, and began to swing down. But at that moment, the male protagonist's voice echoed from behind, stopping him. Wait a minute. Hearing this, the old King of Hell also stopped and turned to look at him with an angry expression. Do you want to admit defeat? But it's too late. No. I didn't mean that. You misunderstood, Master. I just wanted to ask you one thing. Are you ready? Because I'm about to show off my power. Upon hearing this, the old man's face also became cautious as he stared intently at him. The two, Wukong and mysterious lady, stood nearby, their expressions turning smug as they smiled and quietly observed the situation. Turning back to Houseen, he continued, I ask you, how do you feel about our summoning beast powers? Is that all? I am only using half of my strength, enough to slash all of you down. Hearing this, a pleased smile appeared on Houseen's face as he replied, only half. Very well. At this point, he raised his hand, conjuring huge bolts of lightning to strike down from the sky. Come on, let's go. Upon hearing this, the King of Hell became enraged and charged forward wildly, trying to act mysterious to buy time or to launch a sneak attack, right? I won't let you have your way. As he ran a few more steps, he suddenly saw something that made him stop in surprise. In front of him were the remnants left by the lightning strikes that had just fallen. Seeing his expression, Houseen smiled smugly and said, Don't be so tense, it's just a pile of holes in the ground. The old man on this side also didn't dare to act rashly. He could only grit his teeth in anger and think, what on earth does this little guy want to do? While the King of Hell was still in disbelief, the young man began to raise one finger to the sky, and then a formation appeared on the ground. From within that formation emerged a polar bear roaring with a deafening sound, its size being several times larger than the transformed body of the male protagonist. The polar bear then turned its gaze towards the King of Hell and continued to roar. Seeing it, he behaved as docile as a puppy, sweating profusely and not daring to make another sound. Houseen sat across from him with a smug look and sharp eyes full of evil energy, smiling as he spoke. What's wrong? Is this all the power you have? Are you sure about that? The only thought in the old King of Hell's mind at this moment was one word, run. The fighting instinct developed over many years had told him that he was not on the same level as this monster. Once the battle broke out in 3 rounds, he would die. But at this moment, his legs could no longer hold steady and were shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't take another step. Damn it, what should I do now? What am I supposed to do now? Seeing the old man trembling before him, Houseen calmly reassured him, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. After calming him down, he continued to raise his 2 fingers with a smug expression, There's more. Hearing this left the King of Hell even more astonished, his eyes wide open. There's more. He, of course. With that, the male lead immediately swung his arm back and shouted, Heavenly Seal, activate. At that moment, a gleaming golden formation appeared where he pointed. Just a second later, an incredibly bright beam of light erupted from within the formation, illuminating the entire sky. Those standing nearby who witnessed this scene were left speechless in shock. The power of the light grew stronger, causing the ground to sink deeper. On Houseen's face at this moment, a victorious expression was clearly visible as he smirked at the old King of Hell opposite him. Not long after, everyone present was left speechless in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Before them was a legendary golden dragon with bright, shining eyes roaring loudly. The main character had also stood up along with the two monstrous beasts he had just summoned, directing his gaze toward the old man before him. The golden dragon, with its pair of blood-red eyes full of evil energy, stared intently at the king of hell as if wanting to devour him whole. Houseen's two disciples standing on the side were also taken aback, whispering to themselves, even though we had mentally prepared for this, it still gave us a scare. Master is exaggerating. Who's actually stronger compared to the father? The subordinates of the king of hell on this side, still shocked, began to speak among themselves. 5 Claws Golden Dragon, isn't this the ancient divine beast that was believed to be extinct for 1,000 years? King has had it this time. The old man on this side had no words left to say, only standing frozen in place, silently weeping inside. Meanwhile, Houseen on the opposite side began to sit down, rummaging for something, and spoke up. Calm down, there's more to come. This thing just needs some props. Where is it? Let me find it first. You wait a moment, okay? It's almost done. After a while of searching, he took out a fragment of something, holding it in his hand with a satisfied expression, finally found it. This one. As soon as he finished speaking, Houseen became serious, gripping the fragment tightly and said loudly, Formation Seal, 2. Immediately, a formation appeared nearby, radiating an aura around it. Dark clouds began to gather from the sky, striking down with lightning accompanied by an aura. Not long after, it created a whirlwind with extremely strong winds, sucking everything nearby into it. After a little while longer, the whirlwind turned into a tornado, sweeping away everything in its path. Houseen, witnessing the scene, was somewhat astonished and sweating, exclaiming, Is this really the peak of that little insecure guy? I can't believe it. All the people present were petrified, staring blankly at the scene before them, completely devoid of emotion. Wukong and the mysterious lady standing nearby were no exception, their eyes wide open, stammering. Where did this creature come from? From behind the clouds in front, everyone saw a gigantic eye staring straight down without blinking. The one who was the most panicked at that moment was none other than the old king of hell. When witnessing the male lead along with the three beings he had summoned, all of which were things only seen in fairy tales, the gaze of those three creatures had also caught the attention of that old man without blinking. He didn't know what to do except stand motionless, staring at the three of them with a bewildered expression, then tried with all his might but still couldn't lift his feet. Damn it, run fast. Move, you damn feet. His whole body was trembling like a leaf, his face twisted in fear as he looked at the group of the male lead, then hurriedly transformed back to normal. Forcing a laugh, he said, Ha ha ha, I don't know which lord from above descended and angered this lowly person. Please take back your magical talent. What? Can't fight anymore. How dare, Lord, raise your hand and this lowly one will turn to smoke. Aha. Hearing this, Houseen started to stand up, walked closer to the old king of hell, and continued. Then it's good. Now let me ask you again, how does my strength compare to yours? How many parts? The petty person before was a dog's eye who did not know Tai Shan. I humbly ask you, my lord, to treat me as mere grass and dirt. We cannot even compare to your pinky finger, no, not even your fingernail. As long as you wish, I will become a dog for you in the underworld, and you may command me as you please. You really know how to flatter, very well. So if I tell you that I, the prince, have a special ability to summon the bodies of others from the future, and that the body I am currently using is actually the future body of your little one, how would you feel? Upon hearing this, he was somewhat surprised, fell silent, stood still for a moment, then burst out laughing and replied, Ha ha, my lord, you joke very well. That little guy is just trash, how could he ever compare even to a fraction of you? A joke. You know better than anyone whether it's a joke or not, don't you? Father, hearing the main character call him that, he felt a heavy pressure on his body, gritted his teeth, and bowed his head. Now do you feel the distance between you and the son you have humiliated all day? You are of the same age. At that time, did you even deserve to lift his shoes? My lord, your special visit to my underworld this time surely cannot simply be to humiliate me, right? Is there any hatred between us? Humiliate you? Do you even deserve it? The purpose of my coming here is to take your son away. He is not like you, he is a true genius. Following your useless self will only drag him down. As for you, if you dare not fight, just tuck your tail and leave. I am not like you, bullying the weak is not interesting at all. The life of someone like you is truly pathetic. After hearing those words, the king of hell did not dare say anything more, falling silent, clasping his hands in reply. Understood, my lord, I will leave. Having said that, he turned around and walked away with a gloomy face, no longer having any pride left. The subordinates and lackeys standing by did not show any sympathy but began to insult him. Serves you right. The kind of person who only knows how to bully his subordinates all day long. Why aren't you being arrogant anymore? Go ahead and have another fit. Serves you right. At that moment, the little king of hell stood nearby, watching him leave with a sad expression, his head bowed to the ground. The face of the king of hell looked just as bleak, not daring to lift his eyes to his son. But then, the little king of hell summoned all his courage to look up at him and asked, Father Lord, are you all right? In response to his question was the old man's fury, shouting directly at him, Get out of here, I don't need your pity. After saying that, the old king of hell immediately swung his arm and threw a punch, but the young man dodged it. No need. The corners of the old man's eyes started to tear up, gritting his teeth and pouting, Isn't it enough that you humiliate me like this? You damned bastard. Upon hearing this, the little king of hell didn't know what to say anymore, fell silent, and looked at the old man with a surprised expression. At this moment, the old king of hell continued to bring his face close to him and softly said, From now on, we are like strangers, don't call me father ever again. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving his son behind, rejected. Upon hearing these words, the little king of hell felt an indescribable sadness in his heart and lowered his head dejectedly. The male protagonist then approached him and asked, Why does he treat you like that? Is there some hidden story? My father was not like that before. Although he was still arrogant, he had a gentle side that is not like now. Is that really so? I can't see it at all. He practiced swordsmanship with me, played chess leisurely with me, and even traveled everywhere. Looking back now, it all feels like a lie. If what you say is true, then how did things turn out this way? It was because an unexpected incident occurred. One day, my father and mother went out to celebrate my birthday, but unexpectedly encountered a truly divine-level demon beast. Hearing this, both Wukong and mysterious lady's expressions turned shocked. Who would have thought there really were divine levels? Although it was just a low-level divine demon beast, it was still overwhelmingly strong. My father had to abandon all his treasures in order to barely rescue my mother. I was asleep in the camp, so I escaped a disaster. When I woke up, I found that my mother had permanently left this world. From that moment on, everything changed. After such an unforeseen incident occurred, my father began to become violent and gloomy. The ruthless bloodthirsty person began to be violent with me, and then it became more and more serious, even developing into abuse. My father must have always considered me the one who harmed the person he loved the most. So, are you enduring these injustices out of guilt? Little King of Hell hurriedly denied it and replied, No, it's just that I feel if I lose my father, this world will truly be left with just me. The three of them, Houseen and his students, sighed sadly after hearing that guy's story. Little King of Hell stood before all three and began to speak again, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Given the current situation, my father's personality absolutely wouldn't want to have any relationship with me anymore, so I don't need to hesitate. It's time to leave and look out at the bigger world out there. The system, Qin Guang, had long since escaped the influence of his father, and his potential value had risen to 33%. Congratulations on completing the mission. The system then rewarded him with a Peak Fox St. Dan K card. Holding that card in his hand, Houseen felt no joy, looking at it with a complicated expression. At the same time, on the side of the old King of Hell, he was sitting in front of his wife's grave. He looked at the tombstone with a sad expression and spoke, Ran, in the end, I still couldn't fulfill my promise to you. The scene shifted to the past when Ran was still barely alive in front of the King of Hell. She opened her eyes, looked at him, and weakly called, Meow, please agree with me. 1,000,000 times, don't let Guang Er find out the truth about this. Tell him that a divine-level demon beast suddenly appeared and killed me. As she finished speaking, she coughed up blood and was in constant pain. The king of hell saw this and began to choke up, struggling to hold back the tears that were flowing, and replied, "Don't say anything more, just rest for now. Finally, I want to tell you that meeting you was the greatest honor of my life. Promise me, live on happily, please don't hate Guang Er, let's meet again in the next life." After saying this, Ran took her last breath, leaving De Miao in unbearable pain, crying out in despair, mingling with the sound of thunder in the sky. Back to the present, he was still sitting there, looking at Ran's tombstone, and continued to speak. Perhaps that great power can deal with the monster inside it, but it no longer concerns us. I listened to her, not letting it know the truth, but I really cannot help but hate it. And I will hate it forever, cursing it for taking her life. As I say this, De Miao fell back, lying on her back and gazing at the clear blue sky before her. If it were just the two of us in this life, how wonderful it would be. The scene shifts to a place called the human realm, Immortal Hand Cliff. Above the cliff, a coffin is emitting an aura around it. Soon after, the aura flares up violently, pushing back those standing around. All of them are a bit shocked, quickly exclaiming, "It's coming! It's coming!" Finally, it's about to arrive, the great elder who was once the 10th of the heavenly palace. At the same time, the coffin was shattered by a force from within, sending fragments scattering. At this moment, the demon lying inside revealed himself with a triumphant smile on his face. Another person standing nearby was also very excited, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha! It's done! It's done! I can't believe it really worked! Haha, great elder! We have resurrected him." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword Chi unleashed by that demon instantly shredded them all to pieces. After killing everyone, the demon's expression became excited, with bloodshot eyes. He said, "It's been a long time, here comes the delicious fresh blood. Come on, let me once again massacre the world, blood flowing like rivers." But then again, my best resurrection place in the underworld has been destroyed by others. Those damned bastards. I remember your auras clearly, now I will hunt you down and chop you into pieces. At the same time, snakes appeared behind him with a voice saying, "Hey old man, don't you feel ashamed talking to yourself?" Hearing this, he turned around with a surprised expression. In front of him was the scout Medusa sitting on a rock, cheerfully waving her hand. Seeing this, the demon raised a finger, gathering spiritual energy. Did I just let a fish slip through the net? Before the spiritual energy in his hand could finish gathering, Medusa had already appeared in front of him with a smug smile on her face. Witnessing the scene left the demon astonished, exclaiming, "So fast." Moments later, Medusa appeared behind him once again, saying, "Fast, isn't it? Here I am again." Sensing her power, the demon hurriedly rushed backward to maintain a certain distance. Next, he raised one hand, gradually gathering a sphere of his spiritual energy. Before long, his sphere had grown colossal and showed signs of getting even larger. Medusa stood her ground, unfazed, smiling as she raised her two fingers, aiming precisely at the position of the demon in front of her. Immediately, she unleashed a wave of force that struck him, leaving a large hole in his body. The sphere behind him was then easily destroyed with just one blow from her. Witnessing this, the demon gaped, incredulous and muttering to himself, "What is happening? What trick is she playing? Even though her power isn't fully restored, this damn woman is ridiculously strong. I've never even heard her name before." Medusa, still smiling, waved a finger down and continued, "People from this world are unexpectedly weak." As soon as she finished speaking, the other hand of the demon immediately severed from its body. Not stopping there, Medusa continued to extend her hand in front of the demon, leaving him stunned and speechless. On her face was a sinister smile, glaring as she slowly added, "The weak do not deserve to live in this world." Next, it was unsurprising that the demon's body was now riddled with large holes caused by Medusa's earlier strike. He instantly took the opportunity to vanish into thin air, leaving her standing alone. Seeing this, Medusa could only sigh in frustration, lamenting, "He got away again. I can't even fight with these brats in this world. They really run fast, I didn't even get to use my big move." As she spoke, a powerful wave of spiritual energy descended from the sky right where the demon had just stood. What a pity. At that moment, Medusa sensed something and narrowed her eyes in surprise. I didn't expect to feel the aura of another expert here. Let's see which colleague it is. You appear within the dimension she created, and none other than our male protagonist, who is advancing forward with his disciples. Seeing this, Medusa's expression becomes excited as she bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a senior here. That's great. I'll come to meet you. After saying that, Medusa wastes no time and leaps into the sky, swiftly heading towards the group with the male protagonist. Returning to their side, Houseen has now stopped in front of a massive cliff. Staring intently at it, the three disciples behind him are eagerly observing his every move. Houseen begins to lift his arm, which is enveloped by a flow of true chi, and then swings his arm to unleash a stream of spiritual energy towards the cliff. The stream of spiritual energy crashes into the cliff, creating a loud explosion that shakes the surrounding area. As the smoke gradually dissipates, it reveals a large, not too deep dent on the surface of the cliff. Wukong, witnessing this, gasps in disbelief, surprised. This power seems a bit ordinary. The other two disciples share the same feeling and remain silent. Thinking everything was over, at that moment, clawed paws of a beast began to emerge from that hole and touched the ground. Shortly after, the shape of the beast also appeared, along with an extremely strong aura radiating outward. Mysterious Lady, witnessing that scene, was taken aback, her eyes wide open. But a few seconds later, the beast gradually faded away quickly and disappeared neatly without leaving a trace. Wukong saw this and immediately turned serious, speaking, even though the spiritual energy is only at the late stage of foundation establishment, the power is normal, but what was that terrifying ancient aura in the stone cavern just now? Having said that, he turned to Qin Guang beside him, wondering, you felt that ancient aura just now too, right? Yes, Qin Guang replied. Indeed, I wasn't mistaken. What was that? A kind of summoning technique? Qin Guang, standing in front, quickly denied, definitely not. Its aura is completely different from that of summoned beasts. Not a summoned beast? Then what is it? I don't know either. They both continue to stand and look at the back of the male protagonist in front of them, observing further. Since Houseen used the peak card for the third time, his body naturally began to release power. Moreover, the familiar feeling grew stronger, and every part of his flesh subtly conveyed to him that it originally belonged to him. But that's not right. I clearly came here as a crossover. On Earth, I was just a college student who suddenly collapsed and died. Could it be from the host? But that doesn't seem quite right. I clearly did not inherit the memories of the host's home, so how could I inherit their power? It's inexplicable, completely unexplainable. Furthermore, why does my body release a power that creates such goosebumps? At the same time, Wukong, standing behind, could not hide his curiosity and asked, Master, what was that ancient aura just now? Houseen turned to look at him, displaying an air of mystery, and replied, that. I can't say. You all will have to comprehend it yourselves later. Oh, I see. This is a lesson from the master. I need to learn quickly. Thinking this, Wukong immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Houseen then turned his gaze elsewhere, stroking his chin and pondering. If everyone has no information at all, right now, there's no need to think too much anymore. Waiting to use the card a few more times, the truth will naturally become clearer over time. So the urgent matter is still to quickly complete the task of obtaining the peak card. But before that, I have a pretty interesting idea. After thinking, he turned to look at the mysterious lady and said, Mysterious lady disciple, come here for a moment. Hearing that, she started to approach, curiously asking, What is it, master? The male lead then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Listen to me, blah blah blah. After saying that, Houseen asked again in response to her worried expression, What? Is it there? There is, but, it's okay, just listen to me. Like this, like that. Yes, understood. The two young men over here were looking at the two of them curiously talking to each other. What are Master and Mysterious Lady talking about? I don't know. After a while, Houseen finally turned to look at the two and said, Master is asking you, who do you think is better? Both of them, upon hearing this, immediately looked bewildered and asked with puzzled expressions, ? Who is stronger? That's right, Mysterious Lady and I have discussed a bit. The one who is stronger will take the position of Grand Senior Brother. Hearing this, Wukong confidently responded with his hands on his hips. Is that even a question? Of course, it's me, Wukong, who else could it be? In contrast, Qin Guang, standing beside him, shook his head in refusal. Grand Senior Brother? I definitely can't handle that. You can't just talk the talk. The Grand Senior Brother must have the strongest combat power, so you two need to test it out. Little King of Hell, didn't you say before that you wanted to be my disciple? Yes, that's right. Master is the most formidable expert I've ever met, following you will surely allow me to learn a lot. Then stop talking and give it your all. If you lose, I won't accept you as my disciple anymore. Wukong immediately stepped back and looked at Qin Guang with an excited expression, saying, the fair competition is about to begin. With that, he charged forward to initiate combat. Taking advantage of Qin Guang's surprise, he kicked him in the stomach. Qin Guang quickly regained his focus and raised his hand, preparing to use 4 Beast King summon Chi second. Wukong on the opposite side continued to charge forward, raising his fist and shouted loudly, I won't let you finish your chant. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a flurry of punches into Qin Guang's body, leaving him no chance to dodge and taking the full brunt. At the same time, a flash of light appeared from behind Wukong, prompting him to stop his attack and dodge to the side just in time to evade the strike from the light. Having lost his momentum, Wukong landed back on the ground and took a few steps back. At this moment, the ink dragon had been summoned by Qin Guang, roaring loudly in front of Wukong. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished and exclaimed, has it reached the level where one can summon without chanting? Qin Guang continued to extend his hand, casting another move for Beast King summon Chi 4. Immediately, a giant black tortoise appeared before him, letting out several roars. Seeing this, Wukong became disheartened and sighed, the turtle monster has appeared again. Having said that, he resolutely opened his determined eyes, but this time, I won't go easy on you. At the same time, the ink dragon was rapidly diving down from the sky towards Wukong, its mouth wide open. Wukong began to lower himself, gradually creating energy spheres around him. Then, he jumped into the air and threw a powerful punch directly into the mouth of the ink dragon, releasing an immense surge of energy. It took a hit of incredible force that caused it to vanish instantly without even having time to react. Qin Guang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished and thought to himself, did he just disperse the ink dragon with a single punch? Houseen, standing nearby, was also looking at Wukong with a serious expression, realizing, indeed, with the enhanced barrier of power, Wukong is no longer an opponent that either Mysterious Lady or King of Hell can easily deal with. But what if both of them collaborate? Haha, poor Wukong, why does it feel like he's the only one on the battlefield? After thinking this, he turned to look at Mysterious Lady standing behind him and said, Mysterious Lady, my disciple, it's your turn to join the fight. Understood, Master, I am fully prepared. Hey, keep it down, or those two will hear you. Understood, Master. Upon finishing her words, the Mysterious Lady pressed her face against a bird made of spiritual energy in her hand and whispered, can you hear it? Be careful. After saying this, she raised her arm high, commanding it to fly away. The bird she created was the divine weapon of the father of the divine bird. It then easily slipped inside the turtle shell. Wukong stood before his previous obstacle, punching his fists together and grinding his teeth as he said, I admit the turtle shell was indeed very troublesome before. But it is no longer like that now. 3 realm energy bursts are the greatest respect I can offer you. You cannot win. With that, Wukong unleashed 3 realm energy bursts, charging forward at breakneck speed. The two could only watch anxiously as the 3 realm energy bursts flew toward their target, waiting to see the outcome. At this moment, the 3 realm energy bursts collided with the turtle shell, creating a massive explosion in the sky. Haha, you have lost. You definitely can't withstand this move. After the explosion ended, it revealed the black tortoise, completely unharmed, standing firmly in front of Wukong. Seeing this, he gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't he injured at all? That's not right, I clearly tried to attack before. Deep down, I know that 3 piercing attacks were more than enough. There is only one possibility, this guy is still hiding his true strength. Damn it, now I only have 4 left, and even if I break his shield, he still has 2 divine beasts left, which is useless. This is really frustrating, I've underestimated my opponent." After thinking this, Wukong gave up and turned to face the 2 male protagonists standing below. Seeing this, he was a bit curious and thought, given how things have come to this, Wukong's intelligence should have assessed the situation. He won't do anything foolish, will he? Wukong up here was clenching his fists so tightly that the veins were showing. I truly can't accept this. But I admit I have lost. At this point, Wukong's entire body started to tremble. Mysterious lady, seeing this from below, felt a bit worried and said, "Master, is Wukong okay?" "Don't worry, he is Chi Tian de Sheng. It's just that the more he is disappointed, the more courage he will gain." Wukong's face was excited again as he frowned and spoke. "It's getting more and more interesting, ha. See? Look, the master really knows how to read people." At this point, Wukong turned around, pointing at Qin Guang, and said, "Little guy, listen carefully to what Wukong is about to say. The position of Grand Senior Brother will temporarily be yours. One day, I, Wukong, will take it back myself and wash away the humiliation of today. In the future, I will defeat you in the field you excel at." Having said that, Wukong summoned a gigantic dragon in his hand. The mysterious lady, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "Come on." Meanwhile, our male protagonist stood there in shock with an expressionless face. Then, his emotions erupted, and he angrily shouted, "Damn it, your little guy has learned to summon beasts. Isn't this a bloodline talent? Damn it, you have Saren, right? Kakashi. Perhaps it has had the talent for summoning since birth, it just hasn't been activated yet. Fine, take the position of the main character in this manhwa, I won't compete with you." At the same time, the system board displayed a notification, "Congratulations, Monkey King has encountered an obstacle. The greater the disappointment, the more the potential value increases by 5%. Little King of Hell received significant encouragement, and the potential value increased by 5%. Seeing this, Houseen's expression turned smug, secretly thinking, "Ha, just as predicted." Not long ago, when he called Mysterious Lady to his side, the words he whispered into her ear were, "Did that super powerful old man give you any props to assist others?" There are some, but what does Master want to do? It's like this, Wukong is naturally quite bold. Ever since he learned the realm of power, he usually refuses to train. Little King of Hell feels inferior, although partly to follow his father, there's also a genuine feeling of inferiority. So I think, if Little King of Hell can defeat Wukong, it would benefit both of them. Master seems to have a point. Just follow Master's wishes. Returning to the present, he glanced at Mysterious Lady with his smug expression and said, "So, am I right?" Yes. Both of them happily approached each other, high-fiving to celebrate their victory. Houseen then turned to look at the 2 young men in the sky and continued, "All right, now that the outcome is clear, collect the magical talent and come down. We need to move on to the next destination." At the same time, the scout Medusa had also arrived, wearing a sinister smile as she spoke, "Senior, are you playing with this trash to relieve boredom? If that's the case, then I will join in too." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly glided past Qin Guang's black tortoise and effortlessly split it in half. The 4 students of Houseen who witnessed this scene were all astonished and stood frozen for a moment. The black tortoise gradually dissipated, leaving everyone in shock. Mysterious Lady, did the divine weapon support of your companion become ineffective? Not yet, then we are in big trouble. Just with a glance, Houseen's sixth sense told him that this opponent was unlike any he had faced before. He even felt that even if he used his peak card and ultimately won, it would be a very tough battle. But at such a critical moment, his body was now uncontrollably shivering with excitement. Is it because of the peak card? Could it be that even my personality is changing? Damn it, is this still my Houseen? Medusa stood on this side, seeing the expressions of the four male leads, feeling a bit sad, and spoke up, "Senior, what's wrong with you? If your family is having fun and you hate me for bothering you, I can understand. But you, what is this hostility and aura of this other half?" The male lead, not understanding what she meant, was filled with question marks in his mind. Medusa faced him, propped her chin on her hand, and continued, "Up close, I truly feel you seem to have become someone from this world. But the aura of the other half clearly belongs to the high tier of the West. How strange, can you clarify this for me, Senior?" Houseen, hearing this, stood stunned in shock, thinking, did she say from the West? And her appearance? Could it be here already? Isn't it a bit too early? Moreover, she said I have the aura of the West. Could it be the wings on my back? At the same time, Medusa, standing across from the protagonist, was stroking her chin, silently pondering. The more I look at this name, the more it resembles a native of this world. I can't do that, I have to test him. Fighting will naturally reveal the essence of energy. Thinking of this, Medusa began to raise her arm, accumulating a stream of spiritual energy. Next, she swung her hand to send that stream of spiritual energy toward Houseen. At the same time, she also created a cube around him, enclosing him inside. The two, Wukong and the mysterious lady, seeing this, became panicked and anxious, simultaneously shouting, "Master, be careful." As Medusa's energy rushed forward, it was blocked by the cube surrounding Houseen's body. Nothing happened. He stood inside, still alert, looking at the cube above him. Medusa outside remained still, staring intently at the male lead in front of her. Then she broke into a sinister smile and continued speaking, "I believe that the senior will certainly forgive this caution of the junior. This person seems to misunderstand me as their accomplice. If I act now, I will be exposed immediately. Moreover, should I really waste the peak card to deal with this person? How should I calculate this mission?" Medusa stood in front of him, still wearing a dangerous expression, urging, "Senior, if you don't break the barrier quickly, the air will disappear immediately." At the same time, Wukong and the mysterious lady could no longer stand still, starting to rush in with a surge of spiritual energy building up in their hands. Then, simultaneously, both of them punched the cube, causing a massive explosion that illuminated the entire area. When the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed that the cube was still intact, even though the ground around it had cracked. Wukong was astonished and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it can't be. It's tougher than the shell of the little king of hell." At that moment, Houseen began to pull out the peak card from his hand. Wukong and the mysterious lady can't be a match for this guy. There's no other way, only one option left. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised the Peak Fox Saint Dan K card with a determined gaze. The card was also releasing waves of energy from within. Medusa sensed it and became excited, saying, "Let's go." Just as she finished, a sphere suddenly appeared from the sky, surrounded by dark clouds. The three main men were surprised to see this and became alert. What's happening to the sky? The sphere had begun to glow and was emitting bolts of lightning around it. Medusa over here also sensed its aura, standing frozen with wide eyes. As she turned her head, a gigantic hand suddenly shot down from within the sphere. Witnessing that scene left Medusa even more astonished, her face paled as she bit her teeth and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Instantly, the giant arm easily grabbed her without any unnecessary movement. She lay in that palm like a tiny ant, helplessly biting her teeth, unable to do anything. Then, she mustered all her strength and yelled, "Damn it, I can't escape." Along with Medusa's screams, another voice echoed from above, "I have come to buy you time, quickly restore your power." Houseen, standing below, heard this and was left wide-eyed in disbelief. Just then, the gigantic arm vanished into the sky, leaving behind its original clear blue. Houseen and his three disciples were still confused, not understanding what was going on. He hurriedly turned to look at the disciples behind him and asked, "What did that just mean? What do you mean? Did you hear something? I only saw a large hand take that snake demon away. It must be some great character at peak level from the heavenly palace." I didn't hear anyone say anything. After hearing those words, Houseen's expression became astonished as he thought, can't hear anything. Clearly, it was meant for me. Hurry up and restore my strength. What kind of astonishing secret is hidden in this body? Who am I really, and where did I come from? This is giving me a headache. I need to speed things up. Only by unlocking the heavenly palace can everything be clarified. Having thought that, he turned to leave, calling out to his 3 disciples. Let's go, we're off to the next location. Right now, overthinking this situation won't help at all. Oh right, I almost forgot to check this tool. Earlier, I was reminded that it doesn't have enough energy and needs some time to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It should be almost enough by now. Thinking of this, Houseen did not hesitate for a moment and activated it, creating a formation beneath his feet. Immediately, the formation revealed a gate leading to another dimension inside. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised and wondered, what is this? A door. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, the user of the king mask is qualified to open the king door. In the king space, those who enter will have unlimited resurrection ability along with infinite energy. There are 108 small worlds inside, including various types, the strongest kings as well as countless small monsters, powerful bosses, infinite minor monsters, unlimited stamina, and unlimited recovery. This is the ultimate experience dungeon. Is the noble experience of VIP 10 DLC really that amazing? But right now, every time I use the peak card, I get even stronger than this. Clearly, the benefits are still higher than this. Damn it, how can I waste this mutated item? Thinking of this, he realized something and paused. Wait a minute. If I don't use it, I can let my disciples use it. It really does feel like playing a game with an automatic system. Mom, are you going to leave the line open this time? No, it's more ruthless, directly completing the trial on my behalf. The system, while it likes to toy with me, has never truly belittled itself, so it probably isn't too dangerous. Previously, the system also warned that if the disciple reached a 60% increase, there would be new rewards. Having thought this, Houseen began to look at the 3 people in front of him and asked, "Hey, do you guys trust the master?" All 3 responded in unison, just as expected, "Of course we do." "Alright, very good. Right now, there is an opportunity in front of you. Inside, there are countless powerful demon kings for you to train against and surpass. Moreover, in there, you will have infinite stamina and infinite recovery ability. In other words, what martial artists spend their whole lives seeking, a life and death battle, will become a regular occurrence in there." After hearing this, all 3 looked astonished, half believing and half doubting, and said, "Infinite recovery? The strongest demon king. As for whether you dare to step in or not, we'll see your potential and judgment." Wukong at this moment began to stretch and replied with a smug look. Wealth and nobility have always been sought after amidst danger. What is there that Wukong does not dare? If you have chosen to worship a master, you must trust the master unconditionally. I'll go in too. Strong like a human, if you intend to harm us, there's no need for such tactics. I will also go in. Very well. Let me see the limits of your abilities. When you exit, I look forward to your transformation and resurrection. The 3 disciples, after hearing this, clasped their hands and smiled, responding in unison. "Thank you for the blessing, Master." Having said this, the 3 turned their backs and strode directly into the doorway of the king. Houseen stood behind, watching the 3 figures leave, and smiled eagerly, full of curiosity. I wonder how strong they will become after they come out. I can hardly wait. Good luck. Whether this world can be saved depends on you. I must quickly set off to complete my mission. Lately, I feel more and more motivated. Am I still Houseen? At the same time, in the mortal city of Taiyan, inside the city lord's mansion, a man and a woman were bowing their heads and kneeling down with a sorrowful expression. "City lord, you must restore justice for this young lady. This beast not only violates my body but also appropriates the only asset my father left me. City lord, please do not listen to her slander. She is defaming me because I abandoned her, so she came here to take revenge. That garden was sold to me by her father when he was alive. I have the documents. Those documents were forged by him, Lord, judge fairly. Sitting in front of them was Najah in his youth, smacking his lips in response. It's indeed complicated, everyone has their point. Who should I listen to in the end? City Lord, every word I say is the truth. If I lie, may heaven strike me. I'm the one telling the truth, my lord. At that moment, Najah revealed a sinister smile and continued. Okay, let's do it this way. You two make an offer, whoever bids higher, I will declare that person is telling the truth. How about that? The girl became astonished upon hearing this, looking at the lord in front of her with disbelief. A subordinate beside Najah urged at that moment. What are you waiting for? Are you deaf? Quickly make your offer. All my remaining money for the year has already been sent to pay taxes. Taxes have increased too much, not starving to death is already considered lucky, let alone having any money left. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately got angry and yelled, how dare you? Are you blaming the city lord? You've got quite the nerve. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Najah, sitting nearby, turned to look at him and waved his hand, saying, hey, you should be a good city lord and not be so aggressive with my people. If there's no money, then I have a proposal. If you come to be my concubine for a month, I'll declare you the winner of today's lawsuit. How about it? Hearing this, the girl immediately blushed and was stunned for a moment, speechless. Seeing her reaction, Najah couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, do you really think I would be interested in a village girl like you? Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. The girl felt embarrassed and turned her face away, with tears welling up in her eyes. The scene shifted to a little guy with red hair, who crossed his arms with fiery eyes and excitedly said aloud. Sooner or later, there will come a day when we will let the title resonate throughout the world, just wait for it. As soon as the little guy finished speaking, the people sitting across from him turned to look at him with judging eyes, silent and saying nothing. The man standing next to him felt embarrassed for him and spoke softly, little shopkeeper, don't say any more. It's a bit embarrassing. What is there to be embarrassed about? If I have dreams, and I can't even dare to speak them, how can I make them a reality? From now on, I will declare it once every day. If there's something to say, just speak directly to the many people in the shop, that is my principle. Houseen, who was also eating nearby, glanced over at him and chimed in, that's really quite embarrassing, but just a little interruption. On my way here, I saw a sect cultivating immortals on the outskirts. Why don't you go join them? Talking here every day is pointless. Hearing the male lead say this, the red-haired guy turned to look at him with an obviously displeased expression, then approached his table, scrutinizing his face, and said, this guest looks strange, not a local, right? That's right, I am a traveler passing through here. If you don't understand the situation, then don't give others incorrect advice. Don't talk nonsense. What would a wanderer like you know about how difficult cultivating immortals is? An ordinary outside sect disciple is priced at 300 taels. My father left this tavern for me and it was only worth 300 taels. Isn't that just enough? Just enough for what? Don't I need to live, don't I need to spend? When I go to the sect, am I supposed to live like a beggar? Besides, even if I have enough silver, without connections in the sect, without backing, and without a guide, it will definitely be a difficult journey. The damn ancestral sect must be as dark as this old city. But no matter how it is, I will eventually think of a way to become stronger and reach the pinnacle of the cultivating immortals world. The male protagonist listened to his endless rambling, his expression showing no sign of surprise, still standing there in a daze. The red-haired guy, seeing this, also became astonished, gaping at him, then suddenly erupted in anger, spitting everywhere as he shouted, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on me? Do you not believe that I can become a great character? Damn it, what right does a wanderer like you have to look down on me? Who do you think you are? Hey, I didn't say anything, are you being too sensitive? Stop wasting words, your expression says it all. Speaking of which, he turned to his companion behind him and ordered, big guy, teach him a lesson for me. Little shopkeeper, that's not very good. Stop wasting words, if I tell you to fight, just fight. I'll take all the responsibility, alright. If you don't watch where you're going and offend the young master, consider yourself unlucky. The male lead, upon hearing this, did not react at all, propping his chin and glancing at him with an expression of boredom. Just as the big guy was about to make a move, the door from outside was suddenly kicked open with immense force. Following that, a scar-faced man peered inside with a sinister look, chuckling, "I must say, it seems like your protection fee's been overdue for 2 months now, hasn't it?" Upon hearing that voice, the big guy recognized who it was and broke into a cold sweat, not daring to turn around. "What's the matter? Are you planning to refuse to pay up, trying to match force with force against our brotherhood?" At that moment, the red-haired guy nearby started to laugh awkwardly and responded, "Hey, isn't this Kueya, the boss of the second dragon gang? It's not that I won't pay. You know that damn city lord is really charging too high a tax. I will definitely pay up next month." Hearing the excuses he made, Kueya's face darkened as he stepped closer to him. Then, he raised his fist in front of the terrified guy and continued, "Hey, let me speak." At this point, he decisively swung his hand and landed a punch straight into the red-haired guy's face. He took the punch full force, flying far away and crashing hard onto the ground with a pained expression, letting out a scream. The other guy standing nearby, seeing this, turned even more fearful, trembling as he stuttered, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper." Kueya then looked down at the red-haired guy beneath his feet with a disdainful gaze and said, "Did everyone at home die, leaving a little brat to talk to me? What are you being arrogant about? Isn't it just relying on having a gang backing you up? Wait until I cultivate immortality in the future, I will definitely beat all of you until your teeth are scattered on the ground." Hearing this, Kueya reached out and grabbed him by the neck, responding, "In the future? Then I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Our brothers are here today to take you to meet the King of Hell." At the same time, on the side of the male protagonist, the system prompt had appeared, revealing that the red-haired boy had a special talent. Leveling up would grant rewards beyond the DLC limits. This surprised him, and he glanced at the red-haired guy, puzzled. "A special talent? A mortal like this can even attract the system's interest." Thinking about this, Houseen began to rise with fiercely glowing eyes, filled with evil energy, gradually advancing toward Kueya. After all, the last DLC was really amazing. After thinking this, he slowly opened his mouth and softly said, "Hey." As soon as he had spoken just those 2 words, Houseen immediately rushed over, grabbed his head, and slammed him into the ground. "I'm really sorry, but there's no choice but to make you suffer." The entire tavern shattered into pieces, creating a loud noise. After the earthquake occurred, from behind the dense clouds of smoke, Kueya lay motionless among the rubble. The entire tavern had been damaged over 80%, with only the shaky walls still standing. The protagonist, seeing the consequences of his actions, changed color and started to sweat, thinking to himself, "Oh no, I've overdone it again. This time it's all ruined, there's nothing left to lose." After thinking this, he approached the red-haired man, sat down, and said, "I'm really sorry, I lacked experience and couldn't control my strength well, I will compensate for the damages." The man then stared at him with a panicked expression and quickly replied, No need, immortal lord. I'm very honored that you destroyed my home, how could I dare to ask for compensation? Earlier, I didn't know your identity as an immortal and have committed many offenses, I deserve to be punished 1,000 times over. Saying this, he waved his hand and continuously slapped himself on the face while exclaiming, "Deserving to die." Houseen could only smile wryly, thinking, is it true that cultivators of immortality are revered in the mortal world? Is this the same little guy who was so arrogant just a moment ago? Alright, get up quickly, I still have questions to ask you. Hearing this, he immediately sat up straight without any hesitation, obediently listening. "Now tell me, what the hell happened with the city lord you mentioned?" After asking, Houseen turned his head to look at the mission on the system panel, secretly thinking, the system's reminder that the target is in the city lord's mansion is likely the city lord they are talking about. After thinking this, he continued to ask, "From what I heard earlier, seems like he is a bad person." Reporting to the immortal, that is the case now, but it wasn't before. 2 years ago, our Taiyan city was prosperous and stable under his rule, with the people living rich and happy lives. Since the beginning of this year, for some unknown reason, he suddenly became numb and foolish. Although he hasn't committed any major crimes, he is indifferent and uncaring about the sufferings of the people, even disregarding their lives. He raised taxes heavily just to indulge himself, causing the lives of the citizens in the city to deteriorate. They started to complain, and people even suspect that he has been controlled by some kind of dark force. Upon hearing this, Houseen could not help but ask in surprise, dark force? If not, how could such a significant change happen? It cannot be explained. That's true. By the way, Immortal, we humbly ask a question. Are you inquiring whether the city lord intends to eliminate the threat to the people? Houseen was simply carrying out his mission, but upon hearing this, he became delighted and patted his head in response. Of course, protecting the people from harm is a responsibility that cannot be declined. Truly worthy of being an immortal, indeed, you uphold justice, but I advise you 1,000 times not to act this way. Why not? Aren't you the one who despises that city lord? Indeed, he is quite detestable, but the city lord is not as simple as you think. Oh, go on. That city lord is also a cultivator. Previously, he carelessly offended someone from an outer sect and was nearly beaten to death. Unexpectedly, that person turned out to be the young master of the sect, leading over 100 cultivators to seek revenge. But guess what? All the sects were thoroughly defeated by him. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist immediately realized who it was and thought to himself, it must be Neja who has no way out now. But that's not all. That sect somehow managed to invite a celestial immortal from the heavenly palace to assist. But the immortal saw our city lord, he immediately knelt down. I know you surely don't believe me, fairy, but I saw it with my own eyes. Ha ha ha, how could one not believe it, who would dare not kneel before the son of Li Tian Wang? But wait, why did he come to this mortal city as city lord? Moreover, which monster would dare to possess him? Not thinking much, he immediately stood up, pointed forward and said, all right, I understand now. Let's go, you lead the way to the city lord's residence. What? Immortal, didn't you just hear me? That city lord is an existence that even heavenly immortals cannot provoke. Houseen, hearing this, was not the least bit afraid, and turned to him saying, the person I'm looking for is him. I'm in a hurry to take on a disciple. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper displayed great astonishment, his eyes wide open, to take on a disciple. Am I really encountering a true great elder? Immediately after, he hurriedly chased after the male lead, filled with joy, come on, I'll take you there. After moving for a while, Houseen and his group arrived at a grand, magnificent, and luxurious city. The red-haired boy then cheerfully introduced himself, Immortal Lord, my name is Lu Shi, you can just call me A.E. Hearing this, the male lead replied nonchalantly, I'm not interested in knowing, just lead the way. Upon hearing this, A.E. eagerly ran ahead, loudly saying, don't be so cold. I know a great character like you must have long cast aside all mundane desires, but that's just so boring. Immortal, you must come from some prestigious family of cultivating immortals, right? Surely that's the case. Your background is truly enviable, being able to enter the path of immortality from such a young age. Those of us born in the lower classes are not as fortunate as you, our parents are just ordinary merchants, and we really have no chance at cultivating immortals. Hearing these words, Houseen felt annoyed and frowned, saying, hey, are you even listening to me? I said I'm not interested. Being born in a poor environment, and encountering this useless city lord. Everyone says that my fate is determined by me and not the heavens, but what choices do people like us have? The class barriers have long been forced upon us to die. Hearing this, the male lead immediately placed his hand on his forehead, gritting his teeth in anger and trying to endure. He was still a child, with limited vision, connections, and thinking capabilities far inferior to others. But before he could calm down for even 3 seconds, A.E. spoke up again, making Houseen's anger boil, his face turning pale with rage. The starting point of others is even the destination we may never reach. Fate comes first, luck second, and feng shui third, and there's a reason for ranking destiny in this order. Before he could finish his sentence, the male lead erupted in fury, continuously kicking a rock, causing AE to panic and sit down on the ground. I said I'm not interested. Are your ears deaf or something? Upon seeing this scene, AE was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, gasping as he shouted. I got it, I will keep my mouth shut. Having said that, Houseen's group continued to move forward. But after walking for a while, AE asked again. Immortal, do you truly not want to chat? The mundane life might help you achieve enlightenment and breakthroughs in your cultivation. As soon as those words ended, the male lead angrily held his head and shouted. Oh my, how did I end up with such a talkative monster like this? It really is the complete opposite of the mysterious lady. The scene shifts to the imposing and grand schoolyard after the city lord's mansion. At this moment, there is a fierce beast with a muscular body and shining eyes standing opposite a small boy dressed in blue. After a moment, it directed its gaze full of evil energy at Naja and growled, Little Naja, your father sent you to the mortal realm to train, not to be a ruler. Hearing this, Naja scoffed and snorted coldly, that's what those lowly commoners deserve to endure. Upon hearing those words, it became furious, emanating waves of evil energy, lowly commoners. In the past, although you were unruly, you never spoke such words. If I weren't standing right in front of you at this moment, I would seriously doubt that you are possessed by some evil spirit. Upon hearing that, Naja clenched his fists tightly and asked coldly, Tiger Master, when did you start to talk so much nonsense? Why did you come down here? Was it to follow my father's orders and bring me back? In response to his question, it answered seriously, It's nothing serious, just that Tian Wang sent me to knock some sense into you. Hearing this, Naja cast a sharp gaze at it, revealing an excited smile, Is that so? That's great because I have long wanted to find an opportunity to truly compete with my master. Upon hearing this, it unleashed powerful streams of spiritual energy towards Naja, shouting loudly, Then let it be as you wish. In an instant, those streams of spiritual energy transformed into strands that formed a cocoon, trapping Naja inside. Immediately after, it clenched its jaws tightly and growled, Let me show you my latest breakthrough. The sealing technique that even Tian Wang praises endlessly. Saying that, it opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. In a flash, thousands of chains flew towards the cocoon violently. Without stopping there, it continued to unleash powerful streams of energy. Instantly, those streams of spiritual energy reinforced thousands of chains, making them sturdier. Not stopping there, it turned its face to the side and smugly said, But just to be sure, I borrowed a supreme treasure that ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. Saying that, Tiger Master touched two fingers together, accumulating spiritual energy in one place. In the blink of an eye, it took out the exquisite spirit tower of Tian Wang, which was radiating powerful streams of spiritual energy. Day by day, the exquisite spirit tower emitted even more overwhelming streams of spiritual energy, appearing incredibly majestic. After that, it raised the exquisite spirit tower behind it. Without stopping there, it continued to throw the exquisite spirit tower up, causing it to grow larger at a dizzying speed. Without hesitation, Tiger Master immediately controlled the exquisite spirit tower to strike down at the cocoon that was trapping Naja. As soon as the exquisite spirit tower touched the cocoon, it instantly created a cataclysmic explosion. Powerful streams of aura continuously erupted outward. A moment later, it clenched its jaws and growled, You must know better than I do, your father's exquisite spirit tower, once it hits its target, can't let any living thing escape. Saying that, it fell silent, intently observing the exquisite spirit tower. In the blink of an eye, it realized something and showed great panic. What is happening? The vitality in the tower is wildly disappearing, the aura of the young master has completely perished. Saying that, it immediately rushed to the exquisite spirit tower at supersonic speed, shouting loudly, Young master. What the hell is going on, young master? Meanwhile, the streams of aura continued to radiate from the exquisite spirit tower. Just a moment later, those streams of aura were absorbed by something. After a brief moment, the streams of aura converged and transformed into someone. In an instant, those streams of aura quickly reconstituted Naja's body. Following that, Naja confidently said, living beings cannot escape. So what if I tear myself apart first and then regenerate? Witnessing that scene, Tiger Master was filled with astonishment and asked, regenerate? At the same time, the streams of aura were continuously rebuilding Naja's arm. In a flash, it realized something and trembled as it asked, could it be that you, young master, have entered the Nirvana realm? In response to that question, he replied frankly, is it not clear enough? Upon hearing this, it was so overjoyed that tears streamed down its face, exclaiming, blessings from our ancestors. The Nirvana realm, which has been lost for 3,000 years in the heavenly palace, has been achieved by my disciple. Immediately after that, it tightly embraced Naja in joy, saying, 3,000 years. Your disciple is truly amazing. Immortal and indestructible, boundless inner strength, young master has succeeded, you have truly achieved immortality. The more it spoke, the tighter it hugged Naja, making him uncomfortable. He sulked and shouted loudly, get out of here. This is ridiculous. I'm only interested in beautiful older sisters. Hearing this, it immediately let go of Naja, clasped its hands together, and continued, may the Jade Emperor bless us, may the Buddha bless us, and may all members bless the young master. This matter should not be delayed, I shall go and report this good news to Tian Wang. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a beam of light and flew into the sky at the speed of light. After Tiger Master left, Naja displayed a triumphant expression and picked his nose. What a racket. The Nirvana realm is indeed impressive, but what does it matter to a genius like me? It's just a small matter. Wait until I mature for a few hundred more years, the entire heavenly palace will surely be my era. Cultivating is truly too easy for this young master. Instead, I might as well find my little sister to have some fun and play at home with her. After observing all this, Houseen spoke up, such a proud personality, just like Wukong. This will be easy, just punish him a bit, suppress him a little, and his potential will increase. Next, the male protagonist took out a card featuring a beautiful fox girl, holding it between his two fingers. This name, when encountering Wukong in the future, might turn out to be like oil and water. Both are unique and unparalleled. Let's go, let's get started. As soon as the words ended, a powerful beam of light descended from the sky to where the male protagonist was. Immediately, the clouds gathered in one spot, making the scene here incredibly imposing, causing Naja to be frightened and turn away to observe. In the blink of an eye, Houseen transformed into a fox girl with a tail and a pair of bouncy breasts, looking exceptionally beautiful and quite majestic. Not stopping there, Houseen's face was equally stunning, with thick eyelashes and rosy lips, accentuating the allure of her snow-white face. Upon witnessing this scene, Ae was so astonished that his face turned pale, sweat pouring down profusely, unable to speak. As soon as the protagonist saw his expression, he couldn't help but ask, tell me, is it a bit strange for a big man like me to transform into this appearance? Faced with that question, he hurriedly covered his mouth, but saliva kept flowing, stammering in response. No, not at all, immortal lord. Upon hearing this, the male lead's face darkened. Thank goodness my college friends from my past life didn't see this, or they would definitely make fun of me. At the same time, Naja approached Houseen, radiating evil energy and coldly said, where did this little blind thief come from, daring to sneak into my house? Upon hearing this, the male lead turned his face to the side, revealing his attractive features, causing Naja to freeze in place, dumbfounded. But very soon, his heart was racing due to Houseen's beauty, his cheeks flushed, and he exclaimed, this sister is so incredibly beautiful. Hearing this, the male lead became angry and forced a smile, quickly put an end to this embarrassing infatuation. Saying this, the male lead took a stance, unleashing his spiritual energy in a wild manner, like Son Goku, and the waves of spiritual energy intensified, radiating fiercely around him. Yet Naja showed no signs of fear. In a moment, something made the male lead astonished, his eyes widening. When he noticed the waves of spiritual energy had vanished, Houseen appeared extremely panicked, her face turning pale. What's going on? Why does it feel like there's no power at all? Immediately, the system displayed a notice. Fox Saint Dan K is in a daily state with no power. A large amount of spiritual energy from the outside must be absorbed to fill Dantian before entering a combat state to unleash divine power. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist's face became lifeless, rendered speechless. But soon after, Houseen became furious, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Fuck! Are you telling me it's the late game character that you decided to play with me? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now, where am I supposed to find a large amount of spiritual energy for you? You should give me a different card." As soon as he finished speaking, the male protagonist turned away in anger, deep in thought. Damn it, the only way is to provoke Neja so he unleashes his move, then I can absorb his energy. After planning it out, Houseen clenched his fists and rushed towards Neja, shouting, "You ugly little idiot, take a punch from me." Saying that, the male protagonist threw a punch at Neja, yet he remained unscathed and stood still. Then, Neja looked down at the male protagonist without saying a word. But Houseen on this side was extremely terrified, sweating profusely. The next moment, the male lead collapsed, kneeling on the ground, lamenting as if he were acting spoiled, stupid. Seeing this, Neja smirked, revealing a wicked smile. "All right, let's not waste any more time, this young master can't hold back any longer." Upon hearing this, Houseen was frightened and stepped back, asking, "Can't hold back anymore? What do you want to do?" In response to that question, he threw the male lead over his shoulder and loudly replied, causing Houseen to panic, "What do you mean? Of course we're going to get it done." As soon as he heard those words, Houseen's face turned pale, devoid of any blood. "Damn, what do I do now?" The biggest crisis in history. The scene shifted to an imposing and magnificent building. Upon seeing Neja carrying the male lead, the soldiers were taken aback. Immediately, they clasped their hands behind their backs and bowed respectfully, "Welcome back, Lord." But he paid no attention to their words and walked straight ahead, saying nothing. At that moment, they also realized something and suddenly exclaimed, "What is going on? Lord has always used charm to conquer women, why is he using such a strong move this time? It's the first time I've seen this, it's strange." After entering the building, Neja immediately closed the door. Without any hesitation, he immediately threw the male lead aside. A moment later, Houseen sat up, his face pale with fear, shouting, "Don't come here. I'm serious, I'm a man." Upon hearing this, he directed a gaze filled with evil energy at the male lead, with a dark expression said, "Shut up. Be silent, don't say anything." When he heard this, Houseen bit his lip tightly, not saying anything. At the same time, Neja was also very alert, as if sensing something. Not stopping there, he continued to take a fighting stance, nervously looking around. After a while, Neja clenched his teeth, focusing on the ceiling, his face darkening without saying anything. In an instant, a muscular man radiating demon energy shot up from the ground, shocking Neja, who widened his eyes. "Not bad, little Neja. Unexpectedly, you saw through my surveillance since when, at the martial arts arena, perhaps? It's only been a few years since we last met, you've grown quite a bit, haven't you?" Immediately, Neja turned to the side, saying nothing. Then, Neja cast a terrified gaze at the man. At the same time, he was also grinning, revealing a sinister smile. In an instant, he unleashed waves of demon energy around him violently, speaking, "How about it, don't you recognize me, my good grandson?" Upon hearing this, Neja panicked, speechless, and he on this side continued speaking with a grinning face. "What your father did for me, I still remember clearly as if it were yesterday." When realizing it was the Azura Demon Lord, Neja appeared fully terrified. Azura Demon Lord? Once ranked 10th on the martial ranking, wasn't this guy killed by my father? Hearing this, he became furious, his eyes shining brightly. "I never expected your little guy could actually reach the Nirvana realm, truly a stroke of luck for me. Now, hand over the Nirvana soul essence, and uncle will let you leave intact." Upon hearing this, Neja became furious, clenching his teeth tightly. "That's quite a bold tone. Do you really believe you're the undefeated champion of the world? You're just a general under the command of your father." Immediately, Neja took a stance and unleashed his spiritual energy powerfully around him, shouting, today, I'll show you that the times have changed, you damned old man. Upon hearing this, the demon lord showed no fear and remained contemptuous. Is that so? In an instant, the bursts of spiritual energy enhanced Neja's fists. He declared loudly, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Neja charged toward the demon lord at breakneck speed. But the demon lord showed no sign of fear, standing still without a word. Noticing that the demon lord was caught off guard, Neja looked surprised, his eyes wide open. Taking advantage of the moment, he quickly took off, leaving the demon lord unable to react. After running a distance away, Neja shouted, "Damn the 10th demon faction, I'm an idiot to fight you." But the demon lord paid no attention to those words and remained silent in place. After a moment, Neja continued, "But you wait for my young master, one day I will take revenge for today." In an instant, the demon lord unleashed his demon energy, creating a gigantic hand. Just a second later, that hand struck Neja with powerful force, causing him to cry out in pain. Not stopping there, he continued to control the fist, delivering another blow that sent Neja tumbling backward. After that, the demon lord raised a barrier using demon energy, trapping Neja inside, leaving him panicked. What's happening? A while later, the demon lord approached Neja and said, "Why aren't you running anymore? Do you really think that I came to capture you without preparation? Who do you think I am? Hand over the soul essence. If not, although you can't die in the Nirvana realm, I can still torture you." Combining the Nirvana soul essence with my soul-seizing technique, in less than 10 years, I can not only restore my peak power but also track down your father for revenge. Upon hearing this, Neja's blood boiled with rage, as he unleashed his spiritual energy and charged forward at supersonic speed. "You think a mere barrier can trap me, the young master?" As soon as he finished speaking, Neja unleashed thousands of powerful punches against the barrier, resembling a storm. But the demon lord showed no fear at all, calmly said, "I advise you not to waste your energy anymore, nephew. This is not an ordinary barrier, this is the one treasure I am most proud of in my lifetime. The energy within it is so powerful that it can create a small barrier on its own, and even if Sakya came here, he absolutely would not be able to break it. Do you understand? It is absolutely unbreakable." But before he could feel triumphant for 3 seconds, the barrier was melted by something, leaving the demon lord stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, the male protagonist was powerfully absorbing the demon lord's barrier, and day by day, Houseen was absorbing it more frantically. In an instant, the barrier had vanished. Upon seeing that scene, the demon lord was taken aback, standing frozen and at a loss for words. Just a moment later, his face turned ashen, devoid of any blood, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" After finishing the absorption, the surrounding space became strangely quiet. A while later, the demon lord gaped, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Who are you? Damn it! Although I don't know what weird skill you've used, it's useless. You like absorbing things, don't you? Fine, then let me have you absorb enough." With that, the demon lord unleashed his demon energy, conjuring a dark and fierce dragon. He then clenched his fists and walked towards the protagonist. At the same time, streams of demon energy continued to radiate around him powerfully, leaving the protagonist stunned, his eyes wide. "The pressure is so strong." Moments later, the demon lord ground his teeth and yelled, "Come on, absorb it all for me and let's see if you can withstand this move." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon gathered the streams of demon energy around it, forming a gigantic ball. Without hesitation, it immediately shot the demon energy towards the protagonist. However, Houseen showed no signs of wavering, extending his hand forward and unleashing his spiritual energy. The protagonist's gaze was also incredibly determined. As the two attacks collided, they immediately unleashed intense auras. Very quickly, the demon lord's attack was frantically absorbed by Houseen. When he witnessed this scene, the demon lord realized something. This feeling doesn't seem right. In an instant, the dragon's body was rendered weak by Houseen's pulling force. A moment later, Houseen had absorbed most of it, leaving only a little behind. As soon as he finished absorbing, the male protagonist cast a sharp gaze at the demon lord, leaving him stunned, speechless, unable to say a word. Just a second later, the demon lord, terrified, shouted, "Damn it, even my dragon has been absorbed, it can't be, this is impossible." And Neja on this side was also left dumbfounded and speechless. Not long after, the male protagonist, Neja, and the old man stood there in shock, not saying anything. Once he had calmed down, the male protagonist looked at his arm, which was radiating streams of spiritual energy. The amount of energy absorbed seems to be actively releasable. Thinking this, Houseen directed a sinister gaze at the demon lord, curled his lips into a sly smile. He, this is going to be fun. Seeing that expression from the male protagonist, the demon lord was so frightened that he broke into a sweat. What is that expression on your face? What do you want to do? But the male protagonist showed no interest in those words and coldly said, "Come here, will you be our guinea pig? Let me see just how much energy I can absorb." With that, Houseen began to powerfully absorb the demon energy from within the demon lord. He was filled with fear, his face darkened, and he clenched his jaws tightly. Day by day, Houseen absorbed more fiercely, leaving the demon lord unable to resist. Not long after, his eyes rolled back, and he let out a painful scream full of despair. After a long while, his face became gaunt, appearing extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, the body of the demon lord had withered, causing him to lose his balance and crash face first into the ground, his rear end pointing to the sky, dying instantly. However, the male protagonist on this side remained calm, releasing streams of spiritual energy around him. Upon witnessing this scene, Neja was astonished and exclaimed, "Just one spell has drained one of the top 10 demon lords dry, the battle is over. The room is still unharmed. Who exactly is this person? I've never heard of his name." Seeing that the energy orb was still not full, Houseen voiced his frustration. "Hey, this can't be right. The enemy is dealt with, yet the energy is still insufficient. Is this absorption rate disobedient to heaven? Is Dan K this strong? What do I do now? The system isn't even indicating whether Neja's potential has increased. It must be a lack of disturbance, but this person has already dried up. Where can I find more energy?" In an instant, the male protagonist realized something and turned his face to the side. "That's not right, isn't there a little bit left here?" When he noticed Houseen directing a sinister gaze at him, Neja immediately looked startled. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "What are you looking at me for? I did that just to lure the enemy out, it was nothing personal. It's just a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, the male protagonist emanated waves of evil energy and said with a dark face, "Don't be so tense, I'm just borrowing a little energy from you." Without any hesitation, the male protagonist immediately unleashed waves of spiritual energy towards Neja, shouting loudly, "Just cooperate." Saying that, Houseen began to absorb his spiritual energy towards himself. Noticing this, Neja took an average stance, clenching his teeth tightly in a determined resistance. In a moment, Neja's eyes lit up, shouting, "Damn it, I'm not weak like that heavily injured loser. Don't forget, the young master is now in the nirvana realm, with boundless energy." As soon as he finished speaking, Neja unleashed his spiritual energy, creating a large and majestic spirit beast. After that, Neja opened his mouth, feeling smug and loudly said, "Unlimited energy, do you understand? Could it be that you?" But before he could rejoice for 3 seconds, the male protagonist increased the intensity, causing Neja's face to contort and his body to become weak and listless like someone who had lost their soul. After stopping, Neja's face became slack like mud, forcing out the words, "Damn it, this woman is too much." As soon as he said this, Neja lay exhausted on the ground, his whole body trembling incessantly. Meanwhile, his face turned pale, his eyes went white, and he said nothing. Seeing this, the male protagonist panicked and lifted Neja up. Hey, don't die, I've stopped. You're the mission target." At that moment, the system also displayed a notification, "Energy is full." Upon seeing this, Houseen showed great surprise. "This is enough. There seems to be a torrent of energy in the body that is continuously increasing." After thinking it through, Houseen spread his legs wide and tightened his fists into position. Not stopping there, the male protagonist continued to unleash his spiritual energy powerfully around him, like a storm. In an instant, Houseen was enveloped by waves of spiritual energy. At the same time, the system congratulated, "Host has entered the magical state of Dan K. Fox Saint Dan K is the only spirit system mage of Heavenly Palace. Attacks bypass defense, striking directly at the soul, causing weak-willed individuals to collapse, while the strong are left in shock. Additionally, it can infiltrate the target's consciousness and distort memories. Upon hearing such domineering skills, the male protagonist expressed astonishment. Distort memories? Is this a movie? Such a domineering ability. If that's the case, I might as well use it right away, no need to pretend anymore. Directly use magical talent to change Naja's memories, it might even help him increase his potential. Sounds good. Theoretically, it's feasible. Let's give it a try. Having said that, the male protagonist walked over to where Naja lay motionless on the ground. Immediately, Houseen unleashed his technique, causing his eyes to blaze brightly. At the same time, Naja's eyes also sparkled as a result of the protagonist's power. The next instant, dazzling rays of light emanated from somewhere. In an instant, the protagonist entered the wondrous consciousness of Naja. Seeing this, Houseen was utterly amazed. Is this Naja's consciousness? In an instant, something caught the male protagonist's attention. Upon seeing a hideous monster radiating streams of demon energy, Houseen was filled with surprise. What is this? Could this evil entity be the source of the malice within Naja? Let's go take a look. With that said, Houseen approached the evil object with an extremely confident demeanor. Moments later, the male protagonist jumped onto it, which was emanating powerful evil energy. As soon as he saw this, the expression on Houseen's face darkened, and he said nothing. After a long while, he placed his hand on it and remarked, "The evil energy is too strong." Upon sensing the presence of the male protagonist, it became furious, releasing dazzling rays of light that blinded Houseen and caused him to cover his face with his hand. The rays of light intensified, spreading around more violently. At the same time, Houseen also emerged from Naja's consciousness in a squatting position. Shortly after, a girl with pink hair walked by, catching the male protagonist's attention. Upon noticing that Houseen was staring at her, she felt uncomfortable and turned her face away. Seeing such a beautiful girl, the male protagonist clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "Little junior sister is so beautiful." The girl with pink hair looked gloomy at this moment. Not daring to lift her head, she hesitantly said, "I'm very sorry, Holy Master Lord, I must decline." Hearing this, Naja frowned and surprisedly asked, "Am I hearing this correctly? You must have heard of my power, right? Many people wouldn't even dare to hope for such an opportunity. Do you understand?" The male lead stood to the side, witnessing the scene with a bewildered expression, scratching his head, wondering, "Can they not see me? I must be in Naja's memory. It feels so real." Returning to the conversation between the two, the girl with pink hair continued, "I know you are a noble immortal in the Heavenly Palace, but my mother taught me from a young age not to take advantage of others." Take advantage of others? What are you talking about? I just want to take you as my disciple. You waste so much of your precious time and effort, yet I cannot repay you anything, that is taking advantage of others. That's not acceptable. My mother has taught me that. I have heard people say that your mother is indeed a well-known good person. This holy master also respects your choices. It is indeed a pity to waste such a talent like that. How about this? The time I spend teaching you to cultivate, you work as my servant and take care of me. That way, it wouldn't be considered me taking advantage of you, right? What do you say? Don't worry, it's just simple service, I won't force you. I'll let you decide for yourself. Think it over and come to the city lord's residence to find me. After listening to the entire story, Houseen was left gaping in surprise, secretly thinking, Naja is quite good now, much better than later. The memories of the host's home are starting to fade. Am I about to reach the next memory point? It seems that Dan K's ability can only read deeply ingrained memories of the target. Then, the scene shifted to a location within the city. At this time, 3 townsfolk were gathered together, whispering, "Hey, did you all hear? The daughter of the courtesan Shishir is about to be taken as a disciple by the city lord." I've heard. That weak old hag doesn't know what tricks she used to rise to the position of city lord's wife. It's really annoying. With her beauty, what other tricks could there be? It must be her skills, of course. We heard rumors that both mother and daughter had been taken in by the city lord as playthings. Is that true? The young lady hasn't even reached adulthood yet. What does age matter, as long as she has a beautiful appearance? The Lord's desires are nothing more than that. What else could it be? Just thinking of having two women like that is already exciting. Just as those people were saying this, Naja suddenly appeared above them with red eyes and spoke in a deep voice, "Do you all like it so hot? Or should I treat you to some grilled food?" As soon as all three of them saw him, they immediately bowed their heads, collapsing to the ground, quickly saying, "City Lord, spare us, Lord, spare us. This time I will let you go, but in the future, if anyone dares to speak nonsense again, I will not easily forgive." "Yes, Lord, there will absolutely be no next time." Houseen was a bit surprised to see this and praised, "Naja is indeed generous this time." The scene then shifted to another memory. The girl with pink hair, with a highly focused expression, was beginning to cast her spell. She then waved her hand, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy forward, sweeping away everything in its path. The ground had been destroyed in a fairly large area compared to the girl's tiny body after that blow. "Okay, very good, very good. You're doing great. In just half a year, you have been able to control spiritual energy to this extent. Even among the people of the heavenly palace, there are not many with your talent." The pink-haired girl then turned to bow her head in front of Naja, saying, "I am truly grateful to the master for your guidance. You don't need to thank me, I should be the one thanking you. Over the past 6 months, you have not only focused on your cultivation but also performed your duties as a servant excellently, keeping the room and garden neat and tidy. If you continue to maintain this determination and seriousness, there will come a day when you will reap rewards beyond your expectations." Upon hearing those encouraging words, her expression brightened, and she affirmed, "Master, I will not bring shame upon you." Houseen stood nearby, witnessing the scene with a bewildered expression, further astonished, to reach this level from a mortal in just half a year, truly a talent that disobeys heaven. The scene shifted to another time. In a certain house, cherry blossom petals were floating everywhere. Sitting inside was the mother of the pink-haired girl, carefully sewing and embroidering the piece of fabric in her hands. Suddenly, at that moment, a small stone flew in through the window from outside. It then hit the old woman's head, startling her and causing her to sit up straight. Then she walked over to the window and looked down at the group of kids below who were cheering and shouting loudly, "Shameless. Enjoying life without doing anything, no sense of shame. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, daughters of the common fowl are only meant to be called to bed." Hearing this, the old woman bit her lip, furious, and glared at them. She immediately shouted, "Get lost, you rude little brats. Are you done yet? Don't your parents know how to teach you? My daughter is not that kind." The three of them, however, showed no fear and continued to mock her, "Not listening, not listening. Wang Ba Nian chant." But just then, all three froze when they saw Naja standing imposingly behind them with a sharp gaze, full of evil energy. Naja then promptly slapped each one of them, making their mouths swell up. The three boys then, like the others, bowed their heads and fell to their knees before Naja, shouting in unison, "City Lord, please spare us, we know we were wrong." But this time Naja was completely furious, grimly ordering his subordinate, "Take the heads of their families back to the city lord's mansion." "Understood, my lord." Not long later, all of them had been brought to the city lord's mansion, kneeling before him. He then cast a cold glare down at them all, commanding, 50 lashes for the adults, 10 for the children. Begin the punishment." An old man among the three family heads, hearing this, turned pale with fear and shouted, "My lord, they are just children." "Exactly, that's why you are getting 50 lashes, isn't that right? But thinking they are small and should not be punished at all is unacceptable." At this moment, his disciple, who was standing beside him, also spoke up. "But master, while 10 lashes may mean nothing to adults, these children could very well perish from it. They have insulted you and your mother like this, and you still want to plead for them?" "I'm not pleading, I just see that using words to harm others shouldn't cost them their lives, that would be too unfair to them. Hearing this, Najah did not make things difficult anymore and closed his eyes, reducing the punishment. There is some truth to that. The kids should change to 3 sticks, as long as they avoid death, it's fine. Remember, you are fabricating injuries to others, repaying kindness with hatred, saving a life for your children. Hearing this, they all bowed their heads and collectively exclaimed, "Thank you, female bodhisattva." After hearing those words, Najah no longer wanted to look at them and said to dismiss them, "Get out of here, you unruly kids." At this point, he turned to the pink-haired girl and gently asked, "Are you really okay?" "I don't care, I'm mainly worried about your reputation." "I'm fine, master. A straight tree doesn't fear a strong wind, time will prove and blur everything." Haha, those words don't sound like something a 13-year-old child would say. Let's go, quickly start today's training. The goal is still to break through the limits we faced yesterday. Yes, sir. However, the naive young girl was completely unaware that among the crowd, a villain had truly infiltrated, and not even the straight trees would necessarily be unafraid. A moment later, in some house in the city, the old man who had just been hit 50 times on the butt was lying stretched out on the bed, his body shaking, groaning out loud, "Ouch, my butt." "Huh, old Wang, I thought you were definitely going to die this time." "I thought so too. The city lord is indeed generous." "Generous my foot, he just knows he's in the wrong, damn it. He allows us to work but doesn't let us talk, it's truly unreasonable. Damn society, it only permits the county officials to set fire, while the common people can't light a lamp. Damn it, dare to hit my son, just wait, once I'm fully recovered, I'll show him what a storm really is." 3 months later, the rumors about the city lord and his disciple had not faded, instead, they grew increasingly scandalous. People would believe what they wanted to believe, and if they believed in that girl's fortune, it seemed they were also proving their own misfortune. Around this same time, Najah was also taking his disciple for a stroll through the streets. Wherever the two went, they were met only with the suspicious gazes of the surrounding citizens. On the street, those petty people said nothing, but the sneer on their lips was truly irritating. If you are angry, there is no place to vent it, on the contrary, it only shows how petty you are. Najah then turned to look at his disciple and asked, "Disciple, don't you care at all?" She maintained an innocent smile on her face and replied comfortably, "Master, it's really okay. Just ignore them, we can't control them anyway." "Alright, if you don't care, then I won't think too much about it. It seems like as a master, I'm not as generous as my little disciple." The young girl then showed a cheerful smile that reassured Najah. But no matter how optimistic she was still just a 13-year-old child. One day, 6 months later, when they found the girl, her body was in the cold, rushing river. Before she died, there were no signs at all, only a letter left for her master. "Master, I have some personal matters and need to leave for a while to handle them. Don't worry about me. Goodbye." Even in her foolishness, the girl still worried that her death would make her master sad, and that the common people would suffer because of herself. At this moment, Najah's body was experiencing a great shock, emanating an aura surrounding him. The increasing resentment caused that aura to burst into a powerful beam, shooting straight into the sky. Najah's body was gradually losing consciousness, with a pair of bloodshot eyes, letting out curse words, "Damn it, kill them, those wretched scoundrels, those damned bastards. I want to tear their mouths apart." At this point, inside his body, waves of killing intent began to appear, merging with the aura in the sky. "I must pierce their ears. Damn it. The killing intent in my body is spreading out, soon it will be uncontrollable. The nirvana skill I have cultivated, once unleashed, will completely fall into the demonic path. No, by then everyone will die. I have to control it." With that, Najah began to cast a spell, Heavenly King's secret technique number 21, soul birth from shadows. He let out a pained scream. At this moment, from the surrounding areas, red arms began to appear, known as the Great Seal technique, gradually rushing in to seize the killing intent emanating from Najah's body. The increasingly numerous arms created have gradually been able to control the flow of killing intent and prevent it from spilling outwards. When those streams of killing intent had completely condensed, they formed a strange, gooey mass inside Neja's body. Successfully sealing off that flow of killing intent was also the moment Neja collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted. Houseen, standing by and witnessing everything from start to finish, couldn't help but admire him more. It turns out that Neja used a secret technique to seal away this memory. In the future, the malice towards the people in the city will only be a few resources leaking out from this memory. Objectively speaking, Neja has done very well. If it were me, I'm not sure I could hold back. At this point, he immediately shifted into Neja's memory, looking at the strange, gooey mass being sealed in front of him. In other words, right now I just need to punch this malevolent memory to pieces, helping Neja eliminate a potential threat, avoid detours in the future, and enhance his potential. But is it really good to simply erase someone else's memories like this? Thinking about it, Houseen pondered for a moment, staring at the malevolent memory before him. Not long after, he made a decision, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward. Damn it, why think so much? Putting interests first, advancing oneself is the most important. At that moment, Houseen had also gradually raised his fist, which was enveloped in a stream of spiritual energy, but just as he swung his fist, he stopped right at the boundary, just a short distance away. No, I can't do this. If someone erases my memory, I would hate them to death. But if I don't do this, losing the peak card is a minor issue, but what is important is losing the opportunity for advancement. That absolutely cannot happen. Calm down, I need to think carefully. Is there a way to hit 2 targets with 1 arrow? After a while of racking his brain, the male protagonist suddenly realized, I have known through the system that Neja will later cause great disasters, skinning the dragon and removing the bones to return to his father, traveling the winding path until he is eventually saved by Buddha. At that time, Neja will be much more vicious than now, but he can still be saved by Buddha's great power. So now, there probably isn't much to save. As for the Buddha's great power, although I do not know, I have a good way to connect with him. Thinking of this, the male lead returned to reality, then looked up at the sky and shouted, Hey, mysterious old deity in the sky, I know you can definitely hear me. Can you help me bring little guy Neja to the Buddha's great power? This should be easy for you, right? But at that moment, all he received in return was a silent space along with the sound of black crows flying by and cawing. Seeing that, Houseen lay down on the ground, picked his nose, and sulked. If you don't care about me, then I won't level up anymore. You go find a way by yourself and see who is better. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and glanced back, silently thinking, just be patient. From the moment you timely saved me before, it is clear that there is a way to monitor and protect me. Just as he thought of this, a figure appeared from behind, climbing in through the window. It was A.E., looking excited, who immediately spoke up, Immortal Lord, I risked my life to come save you. This little guy's lie is quite bold, isn't it? Since entering that room with Neja, he realized he had followed him in and had always been hiding under the window. At that moment, his expression clearly seemed to convey that if he died, he would coldly turn and leave. Seeing the situation change, he would immediately adopt a righteous demeanor, willing to sacrifice himself to help and frantically care. It must be admitted that this kid, despite being young, had acting skills that were not inferior to that old fox. It was really annoying. Damn it, helping him was the only way to obtain the DLC reward. What to do now? Oh, suddenly a way came to mind. Let's give it a try, although it's uncertain whether it will work. After thinking, Houseen took out a jewel given to him by the mysterious lady and held it in front of A.E., saying, In times of trouble, we find true feelings. Here, this reward is all for you. With it, you can cultivate several times faster than others. He then did not hesitate to reach out to take it, wearing a satisfied smile. He then bowed his head, knelt before the main character, and shouted, Thank you, Immortal Lord. Your great kindness I can never repay in this lifetime. Upon saying this, his crocodile tears streamed down endlessly, becoming even more immersed in his role. You are my reborn parents. Outwardly, it was that way, but inside he was chuckling with glee, secretly thinking, hee, just as I expected, immortals are indeed easy to deceive. Go on, give more to this poor little brat. At that moment, on Houseen's side, the system displayed a notification, congratulations, you have completed the branch mission, the potential of the possessor of the special talent will be increased by 85%, you have received the DLC item, Deep Red Magic Bell. Seeing this, his expression turned sinister as he looked at AE, secretly thinking, an 85% increase in Immortals' potential is indeed quite a lot. Next, let's conduct that experiment I thought of. Houseen then rushed over and decisively snatched the jewel from Ye's hand, surprising him, give it back to me. At the same time, the system board displayed a notification, the potential of the possessor of the special talent decreased by 5%. But at that moment, the magic bell in his hand showed no signs of moving and remained right there. Seeing this, Houseen felt as if he had struck gold and laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. Even if it decreases, I won't lose the reward. Thus, the whole issue cannot be resolved, I can still get the DLC, and I don't need to worry about future consequences. After thinking about it, he turned to look at AE and continued, alright, the auction is over. Thank you, my brother, for your help. Hopefully, we meet again. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave first. At this moment, he could only stand there, dumbfounded, watching his back with question marks in his mind. An auction? What's happening? In his whole life, Lu Shi could never realize how many opportunities he missed due to his negative impression of him. Fortunately, he wasn't harmed too much. Oh no, it seems he has lost a bit. 2 hours later, Houseen had transformed back into his own body, sitting cross-legged next to Neja, thinking to himself, calm down, judging from the previous actions of the heavenly realm, this method should definitely work. I must trust my own judgment. However, he couldn't understand why he helped him like that and yet nothing happened. Why hesitate? While he was still puzzled, deep in thought, the heavenly realm finally appeared from the sky, along with a group of dark clouds approaching. From inside the cloud, a beam of light began to shine down, illuminating an entire area. Neja was gradually lifted into the air by this beam of light. Houseen once again made the correct guess and laughed, saying, haha, I told you so. Before the heavenly being disappeared, a voice echoed down from above, 3 times is a charm, you'll have to rely on yourself next time. Even if it's life-threatening, I won't help you. Hearing this, the male protagonist's expression shifted to deep thought, pondering silently, why is that? Is there something difficult to say? Ting ting, congratulations on completing the main task quickly. Then why is the heavenly being not Buddha? Having completely eliminated the malice in Neja, not going astray for 300 years. Potential value increased by 37%, reward is the Mother of the West class card. Seeing the notification, Houseen felt helpless and laid down on the ground, lamenting, come on, another female. It's so troublesome. Whatever, the time limit for the next task is only 5 days, I need to hurry. After just a few steps, he realized something and braked abruptly. Oh right, I almost forgot. Even though Neja is gone, those people who enjoy spreading rumors about duck seem to face no punishment at all. Isn't that quite strange? Half a month later, a new piece of news began to spread quickly. The more it spread, the wider its reach, and the more exaggerated it became. Some news reported that an ancient Cultivating Immortals site appeared in Tian City with a large number of treasures emerging, and some curious, idle casual cultivators went in to explore martial arts and discovered 2 precious items, which led to an insolvable conflict. The number of cultivators flooded into Tian City like a broken beehive, with most of the outsiders being greedy and ruthless. Soon, Tian City had no peaceful days, and a large number of its citizens gradually had to leave. When many began to talk about Tian City, this place was ultimately harmed just because of a rumor. Of course, all of this happened later. Shifting the scene outside Tian City, Houseen was standing on this side, gazing at a cliff in front of him, feeling a bit hesitant, wondering, I don't know if spreading those rumors will be effective. Having 2 treasures supported by mysterious lady's good disciple would be even better. Just go with the flow, for now, I'll just try using the peak card this time after leveling up. Thinking about this, his expression became even more eager, and he gave a curious smile, I wonder which force I will level up. After thinking, Houseen began to gather energy, straining himself, causing lightning to appear from the sky. From the palm of his hand, a ball of spiritual energy had also gathered, surrounded by an aura. The male protagonist immediately swung his hand, sending it flying forward at a wind-splitting speed. The power of this level up is incredible, completely different from the last time. The energy is even close to grasping the great Tao of power of Wukong. At this moment, the spiritual energy he released was still glowing in the sky, racing ahead. Suddenly, the spiritual energy unexpectedly grew a leg, touching the ground to halt itself. The male protagonist was taken aback, standing there in shock, his mouth agape. His expression then changed, sweating profusely, stammering, what is happening? The magic just stopped. The stream of spiritual energy at this moment could gradually move on its own and change shape continuously. It immediately split into 8 small, cute creatures with adorable forms. Seeing this, Houseen was once again amazed and exclaimed, "Wait, am I dreaming?" One of the leaders among them looked at the cliff in front, then turned to the other 7 and spoke, "So, what do you all think? Do you have a good plan for the task ahead? I think we should first channel our energy to create a deep pit, then have everyone inside explode to maximize damage." "I agree, I feel the same way, let's go with that. I'll start the first attack, and you all can follow in and explode afterward." After saying this, the leader shot like lightning toward the cliff with a determined gaze, then slammed into the cliff, creating a massive explosion that sent debris flying. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed a deep pit created by the earlier leader. The other 7, at this moment, gathered their resolve and quickly rushed in together. At this moment, the 7 animals had rushed to the mouth of the pit, creating 7 different colors that shimmered in the sky. Shortly after, one of them volunteered to explode first, creating a blast that spread evenly across the cliff's wall and cracked it. Just a second later, the remaining 6 also exploded together, resulting in a massive explosion with tremendous power. The entire cliff could no longer withstand the force of the explosion and began to show signs of shattering. Moments later, the whole cliff came crashing down in front of the male lead. Witnessing this extraordinary scene before him, he couldn't help but be stunned for 5 seconds, then he managed to regain his composure, sweating profusely, and widened his eyes. Did the magic just give rise to consciousness of its own? Half a stick of incense later, after experimenting a few more times, Houseen was completely taken aback. The magic actually has its own consciousness. Hard to believe, I've never seen anything like it. What on earth was the former identity of this body, the Great Elder like? At this moment, the system interface displayed a notification of a new mission. The objective of the mission was Hoi Tai Niao Chi, whose current identity was the city lord of Lingjiang City. Currently at the Wulong Shan camp in the eastern outskirts of the city. Is it Hoi? Another city lord? What is he doing running to the mountain camp? The scene shifts a moment later, to the houses built against the cliff. Inside, 3 bandits are whispering to each other. What on earth happened that the big boss suddenly called everyone back? Didn't you hear anything? No, what actually happened? One of our brothers found City Lord Ling Jiang seriously injured in the forest. The other 2 bandits, upon hearing this, widen their eyes in astonishment and ask, City Lord? The big boss plans to blackmail the City Lord's mansion for ransom, then we should scatter and run. From now on, we won't have to worry about food and clothing. Blackmailing the City Lord's mansion, truly worthy of being the big brother, what a powerful move. The male protagonist, hiding behind a nearby bush, overheard the conversation among the 3 bandits and was astonished, stroking his chin, and thought to himself, seriously injured and caught by the bandits? No wonder he is in a camp deep in the forest. My current mission is to ambush Hoi first, understand his true temperament, and then treat him accordingly. To better comprehend the target, I must not reveal my power and attract too much attention. Let me think. That's good, pretend to save someone, enter and be locked up with the target, then act. After preparing a thorough plan, Houseen suddenly stood up, revealed himself, and said, Hey, you bunch of bastards. Hurry up and tell your boss to release the city lord, or don't blame me for being rude. All 3 bandits looked at him with an indifferent gaze. Not long after, Houseen was roughly thrown into the prison by them. They then looked at him with a disdainful expression and said, Even a mortal without cultivation wants to save someone. You really don't know your limits. Lock him up too. You should consider yourself lucky that our boss doesn't kill. Sitting next to the male lead was Hou Tai Niao Qi, the city lord of Lingjiang City, who was also the mission target. Niao Qi then looked at Housien's back and asked curiously, "They said saving someone, are you here to save me?" Hearing this question, he suddenly remembered his mission, turned around in surprise, and then played the role of a fan and said, "You are the city lord, right? I have admired you for a long time. By chance, while I was in the mountains, I heard those people kidnap you, so I fought them off. You don't need to thank me, my lord, these things are what I ought to do." In stark contrast to the male lead's gentleness, Niao Qi responded with an angry expression, repeatedly kicking him, "Thank your head. What are you trying to show off about as a mortal? You have no power and didn't even think to report it to the city lord's mansion. Now look what has happened, what good is this?" Houseen then sat up with bumps on his head, forcing a smile despite his tears, and replied, "My lord, I acknowledge my mistake, my intention to save you was good. I have to tolerate it for this mission's rewards, but this guy is too violent, it just doesn't feel right." Niao Qi, standing nearby, responded to his earlier words with an angry expression, "Shut up, you fool." After a while, when it was time to eat, a chef appeared from outside holding a serving platter, stepped in, and bowed to place the warm food on the ground, saying, "This is your dinner." At this point, the chef shot a cautious glance towards the outside of the door. Seeing the guard at the door not paying attention inside, the chef seized the opportunity and whispered, "City Lord, I am the chef of this place, a person who admires you. I plan to rescue the two people. Tonight, they will hold a feast, and at that time, I will bring food laced with drugs to make them faint. Wait for good news from me, and you can rest assured." Having said that, the chef turned his back and left as if nothing had happened. Niao Qi, upon hearing this, did not show any surprise but looked at the chef's retreating figure. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off, frowning and thinking, "Why do I always feel like I've seen this person somewhere before?" Not long after, the sky began to darken. Just as the chef had said, all the bandits were happily celebrating a feast together. At the same time, inside the kitchen, the man had started to take out a jar of poison he had prepared earlier, holding it in his hand. His wife stood outside the door, seeing this and feeling a bit uneasy, urged, "Husband, please don't do this. These bandit brothers are our lifesavers. If they hadn't come to our rescue, we would have been killed by those evil men that year. Now he is repaying hatred with gratitude." The cook turned to look at the woman and replied, "No matter what, they are still bandits. But they are good people, only robbing the bad guys." "Didn't you say so?" "Don't say any more, my mind is made up. Only this way do we have a chance to escape from the bottom level, to ensure a better life for you in the future. I must stand above others. This could be my only opportunity, and I must seize it." The cook's wife said nothing more, silently observing the young man. A moment later, a familiar tall, thin figure appeared on the stairs, hurrying down. The cook had already unlocked the cell door of the two main characters and announced, "Lord, everything is ready, we must go quickly." The two inside glanced at him, silently appreciating him in their hearts. The three of them then stepped out of the dark cellar, looking at all the bandits who were sound asleep in front of them. Niao Qi then turned to the chef and praised, "Well done, this city lord will always repay kindness with reward, I will definitely give a generous reward upon returning." "Thank you, city lord, but there is still a small matter I need you to attend to." "Please speak, it's no problem if it's one matter or even 10. Niao Qi then, with a sinister expression, raised his hand and gestured across his throat, signaling to continue. "Go and kill them all. This will cut off their ability to pursue." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three people present turned to shock, standing there speechless. Houseen then broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "What's wrong with this guy? His personality is much more fierce than Naja's. Is he decisively ruthless or just a mass murderer?" Seeing that the chef continued to remain silent, Niao Qi pressed on. "What's wrong? You can't bring yourself to do it." The chef's wife stood behind him with a frightened expression and hurried to advise. "Husband, you can't. Doing this will bring retribution for sure. This is an opportunity to rise, don't miss it at all. I know these guys are bandits but they have a good reputation, yet I want them dead, what will you choose?" The young chef was standing before two choices between conscience and an opportunity for a life change. Bowing his head in thought, he still had no answer. Houseen stood on this side, looking at the situation before him with a bit of confusion, silently thinking, this guy is so ruthless, what should I do? With this thought, he began to cast a spell, creating several strands of rope from his hands. Even though these bandits have captured me, it was I who deliberately provoked them. They plan to get a ransom and then release me. At this moment, the ropes had connected to the bodies of the bandits lying behind him, along with a thought from the male lead, the life-saving prop, little king of hell, give it to me. I could use it before, in a short time, it can put me in a death-like state, and no matter how severe the injuries, I will recover. These guys only plunder wealth, their crimes do not warrant death. At the same time, the nearby Niao Chi continued to urge, so, have you made up your mind? The chef then made his decision and replied, I, as he drew the sword from its sheath with a hesitant voice, I have made up my mind. In an instant, the chef took the lives of all the bandits present there. The chef was now like a different person, speaking up, as long as I can stand tall, everything can be sacrificed. The Lord of Lingjiang did not go back on his word, just as promised. As soon as he returned to his residence, the Lord brought wealth to the chef, not just money but also women. For him, someone who had struggled for half his life, this felt like a dream. A moment later, in the Lord's bedroom, he was sitting in his chair, resting his chin on his hand while looking at the subordinate in front of him, speaking, well, has the matter been fully investigated? Reporting to the Lord, it has been thoroughly investigated. That chef had previously participated in many imperial examinations, not only winning awards but also meeting you. However, afterwards, since you bestowed your favor upon your confidant and rejected him, he and his wife then left Lingjiang. Later, they encountered a group of villains on the road and were rescued by Long Hu camp. When there was no escape, he fell into the hands of robbers and then made a living by cooking. I thought it sounded familiar, turns out I have met him before. This useless person has potential. An opportunity like this, yet there is not a trace of resentment on his face. Call him here, the city lord has something to say to him. A moment later, the chef entered Niao Chi's room and raised his cup to drink in one go. After finishing a gulp, he placed the wine cup down on the table with a thud and happily exclaimed, good wine, truly the wine bestowed by the city lord. Niao Chi, sitting opposite him, chuckled upon hearing this and replied, haha, you adapt quickly. In just a few days of not seeing you, you've completely taken on the appearance of the upper class. Flattered by his words, the chef's face turned red, and with a puffed-up chest, he responded, that's because I have received the Lord's grace. Haha, now that you have women and plenty of money, do you want to take another step forward and grasp something even more interesting? Something more interesting? What is that? What else could it be? Of course, it's power. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, speechless in astonishment, then couldn't hide his excitement and repeatedly bowed his head, saying loudly, thank you, City Lord, you are truly my reborn parent. Don't thank me yet, we still need to check a few of your qualities. If you want to follow me in great endeavors, you must set aside the usual matters of women. Weak and indecisive, is that all right? Please speak, no matter what kind of test it is, I will ensure to complete it for you. Niao Chi then began to whisper something to the chef. After hearing it, the chef's face turned panicked, sweat pouring down like rain, unable to speak. The chef then stood up and turned to leave, witnessed by Houseen who was observing everything from behind the window. This useless person has quite a twisted personality, completely unworthy, but what to do about the reward? The main plot is not like ordinary people, so perhaps I can casually increase the potential points. Shifting scenes to a moment later inside the forest, the chef was now leading his wife, hastily moving deeper in. When they arrived at the living room of the city lord's mansion, he opened his bag in a hurry to grab the necessary items. His wife saw this and was a bit surprised, asking, my husband, what exactly happened? Why are we in such a hurry? It was fine this morning, why is it that as soon as we met the city lord? Don't mention that city lord's name again. He is nothing but a demonic beast. What does the husband mean by that? What on earth happened? Let's talk about it on the way. First, we need to leave. I really don't want to stay in this hellish place for another moment. After a while, when the two of them had gone outside the city, the wife finally dared to ask, "Husband, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me now?" "That beast said he wanted to offer us a position." "Oh, isn't that a good thing?" "That's nonsense. He said I was still too weak and vulnerable, telling me to kill my wife to bring him a trophy." When she heard that, her face turned pale, and she covered her mouth, exclaiming, "What? At most, we don't need any wealth. No matter what, I will listen to you. He has no idea what we have been through to casually demand your life. He's truly a despicable creature." All right, don't get angry anymore, don't let a worthless person like him affect you. How would that official understand, as he has never experienced days like ours? Alright, let's go. We have to leave this broken place quickly. As night began to fall, the chef and his wife had spread out a blanket and were lying down to sleep on it. But at this moment, the chef was not yet asleep and gradually opened his eyes. Next, he sat up suddenly, reached into his pocket, and rummaged around for something. At that moment, he took out a dagger that he had prepared earlier, lifted it up, and looked at his wife with a cold expression. At the same time, his wife had been startled awake, squinting at him. But shortly after, she widened her eyes in shock when she saw the knife in his hand. "Damn it, why can't you just sleep soundly? Why do you have to wake up and make it hard for me?" At this point, the chef didn't want to linger any longer, and began to raise the knife high in his hand. Then, he plunged it straight into his wife's chest with a cold expression. Before she completely lost her breath, she spat a mouthful of blood onto his face, as a final farewell. After the chef had taken care of his wife's life, he flipped her body over, then looked down at his trembling arms soaked with blood. His emotions were becoming chaotic at this moment, covering his face, crying uncontrollably like a child. His cries echoed throughout the forest, creating an atmosphere filled with gloom and eeriness. The scene shifts to the next morning at the residence of the city lord of Lingjiang City. Niao Qi sat inside, and upon hearing the news, he chuckled gleefully. "Ha ha ha, not bad at all. This truly is the demeanor of someone who does great things." The chef standing opposite him heard those compliments but still wore a serious expression, lowering his head deep in thought. At that moment, in front of him was the box containing the head of the unfortunate wife, still losing blood. Niao Qi then spoke, commanding his subordinate beside him, "Shao Qi, take him to change into the deputy official's attire." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, the chef finally revealed a look of excitement and asked, "Deputy official?" But before he could celebrate for 3 seconds, Niao Qi changed his mind and called back, "Oh right, wait a moment, I suddenly remembered there's still a small matter. Is killing someone and taking their life a violation of my Lingjiang laws, or is it not?" Hearing this, he appeared bewildered, standing there in a daze for a moment. Then, beads of sweat began to pour down, with fear clearly visible on his face. He hurriedly said, "My lord, what do you mean by that? Didn't you tell me to do this?" Not long after, the cook was tied to the cross, his body riddled with wounds. At that moment, he still struggled with weak strength, saying, Why plot against someone like me, a servant? I don't understand." Niao Qi, standing in front of him, calmly stroked his chin and replied, "Because you're going to die anyway, I have a few words for you. I plotted against you because you resemble me too much. Although I was born in the noble city lord's residence, I am the illegitimate child of the lowest status, unrelated to the position of city lord. But I am unwilling to accept that status. I must walk the path of cultivating immortals to fight for my place. I can do anything and pay any price for this. Along the way, I have killed many people, both guilty and innocent, men, women, children, including my own brothers and my father. The throne built from blood has led to my accomplishments today." Hearing him ramble on for a while, the chef suddenly got angry and shouted, "What does this have to do with me? I have no conflicting interests with you." Upon hearing this, Niao Qi stroked his chin and continued, "Some of my Gij have also heard words just like yours, but I killed them all. Because hungry wolves like us will never be willing to be beneath others. Am I wrong?" Having finished speaking, Niao Qi began to smile, raised his arm wrapped in flames, and then swung it to shoot a fireball directly at the bound chef. Immediately, the fireball erupted into a large blaze with intense heat, gradually roasting the chef's body. In an instant, his entire body had turned black in a position of extreme pain. This fire was not like ordinary flames, it surged with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. At this moment, the chef's corpse was gradually being burned to ashes in an unrecognizable form. Niao Qi stood across from him, wearing a pleased smile as he admired the masterpiece he had created. The charred corpse of the chef then fell to the floor as the flames died down. Houseen was hiding nearby, witnessing the entire scene, feeling somewhat astonished, and thinking to himself, I have saved the chef's wife. The light inside is an illusion spell, but these two I really don't want to spare. Yet for an unrelated matter, not only is there no reward, but I also have to waste a card, it's just not worth it. Just as he was thinking this, the man Niao Qi in front of him turned to look at him and said, Hey, I'm asking, have you had enough of the show? You don't look like just a mortal, do you? Houseen then stopped hiding and calmly stepped outside, glancing at him. Niao Qi began to gather a surge of spiritual energy with his hands and continued, no matter who you are, let's die together. With that, he charged forward with his fists and spiritual energy swirling around him. Houseen immediately jumped into the air, easily dodging the attack. Next, he landed back on the ground and slid a long distance. At that moment, his expression turned serious as he glared at Niao Qi, thinking to himself, if that's the case, we no longer need a reason to force ourselves to find excuses. Let's see if we can resolve it with our own strength. Thinking of this, he began to emanate an aura and experienced a noticeable change in power. His current body had far surpassed the past. At the same time, Niao Qi shot straight up into the sky, beginning to use a earth-based technique. A distinct aura was radiating from him as he stared sternly at the protagonist. The protagonist below was also ready for battle, gradually creating conscious spiritual energy that surrounded him. They all began to talk among themselves, it's time to fight. It's time to fight. Quick, I want to go first. Niao Qi on the opposite side initiated combat with a technique called Thousand Arrows Piercing. He then swung his arm, shooting dozens of beams of spiritual energy toward Houseen and his companions. Those beams fell like rain, leaving no chance to evade. Seeing this, Houseen remained calm and ordered his own spiritual energy to charge forward. Upon hearing the command, they surged ahead like a swarm of bees. All of them rushed straight in at this moment, directly crashing into the attack of Niao Qi and easily neutralizing it. He witnessed the scene and was left speechless, frozen for 5 seconds, exclaiming, what kind of skill is this? Is it possible to break everything so precisely? Houseen on this side was also intently observing the fierce battle between the attacks of both sides clashing in the sky. His expression transformed into admiration as he saw that there was not a single attack capable of penetrating that defensive structure and exclaimed, damn, this is indeed the air defense missile system Hong Qi. Niao Qi then gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a large sphere, asking, can you defend against this? But before he could do anything, something caught him by surprise, causing him to halt. In an instant, Houseen's streams of spiritual energy had somehow accumulated above his head, making him exclaim in surprise, since when is there something above my head? At this point, he became furious, frowned, and shouted, are you trying to sneak attack? How despicable. The male protagonist, hearing this, looked confused and rubbed his head, affirming, I told you I didn't do anything. It's just them shooting, do you believe it? At the same time, the streams of spiritual energy had formed a violent vortex. Not stopping there, it continued to descend below at supersonic speed, leaving Niao Qi terrified, his legs seemingly frozen and speechless. When the stream of spiritual energy touched him, it immediately created an earth-shattering explosion that sent dust flying everywhere. After the clouds of dust dispersed, Niao Qi was left unrecognizable. Simultaneously, chunks of rock kept soaring upwards. Moments later, Houseen approached where Niao Qi lay, with only half of his upper body remaining. At that moment, his body had been shattered by the force of the explosion, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the male protagonist stood stunned, silent without uttering a word. But a second later, the young man's expression darkened, cold sweat breaking out, he panicked and said, what the hell is this? Is he dead? No way, there must be some sort of conspiracy. After a while, the male protagonist continued to sit silently, waiting without saying anything. When realizing that Niao Qi was truly dead, Houseen trembled and stuttered, Is he really dead? I've become much stronger, but it shouldn't be exaggerated to the point where I can eliminate a target instantly without using a card. Or there could be another possibility, it's simply that this guard is too weak. After saying that, Houseen lifted his spirits and stood up. He then took out a spirit stone that was emitting waves of spiritual energy. After a long while, the protagonist spoke up, Is the golden elixir in the early stage really consumed like this? It's the first time I've encountered such a weak target, I guess it's a waste of some time. After speaking, the protagonist stood in deep thought for a long time. Then, he and Niao Qi flew up to the sky, silently looking down. After a moment, Houseen slowly turned his gaze to Niao Qi without saying anything, and he too was lost in thought, looking down below. After a while, Niao Qi asked, What the hell is going on? In response to that question, the protagonist took out a treasure and replied, This treasure of mine can show you the timeline of the future, but only the style that pertains to your involvement. And the orb emitting waves of spiritual energy is called the pink demon spirit. This foolish idiot who died tragically before your eyes represents the future path after you choose to fight for the position of city lord at all costs. Niao Qi, standing beside him, listened in silence, deep in thought without saying anything. Not long after, the male lead spoke up and asked, How is it? Now that you've seen the ending like this, do you still choose to fight for the position of city lord at all costs? It took 10 years to reach the early stage of the golden elixir, isn't that very different from what you expected? In response to that question, Niao Qi clenched his fists and angrily replied, At this moment, I only have this choice. By any means necessary, I will seize the position of city lord. The best solution to obtain resources and cultivate immortals is indeed to fight for them, this point is absolutely correct. After hearing these words, the male lead was astonished and let out a sound of surprise. Following this, Houseen directed a sharp gaze at Niao Qi and said, Then let me show you a few more things. With that, the male lead began to gather the streams of spiritual energy around him into his hand. Before Niao Qi could react, the male lead touched 2 fingers to his forehead, leaving him stunned. Immediately, Houseen smirked and broke into a slight smile. In an instant, the powerful streams of spiritual energy were transmitted into Niao Qi's mind, causing him to panic, and his face turned dark. Gradually, the streams of spiritual energy radiating around became more intense. Immediately after that, those streams of spiritual energy transported Niao Qi to another place. In an instant, Houseen's group had moved to a forest where a crowd of people was gathered, which surprised him, causing him to exclaim, How did we end up here? Without hesitation, Niao Qi turned his face away and, after a night of doubt, asked, Where exactly is this? In response to his question, Houseen calmly replied, This is a different timeline. Look at your future. As soon as Niao Qi heard these words, he fell silent and began to observe the crowd intently. Meanwhile, the crowd remained completely motionless, with Niao Qi in the center surrounded by a group of people in black clothing. Without any hesitation, they immediately drew their weapons. At that moment, one of them with long hair grinned and said, Ha ha ha, little guy Niao Qi, you really shouldn't let us surround you like this. Just a second later, another hooded figure chimed in, Even if your skills are stronger this time, you can't escape from us. However, Niao Qi paid no attention to their words and coldly used his spiritual energy to create a bow. Seeing this, he charged fiercely toward Niao Qi. Not long after, the person next to him rushed to Niao Qi at the speed of light. Seeing this, Niao Qi's face showed no trace of fear, remaining silent. In an instant, he used his spiritual energy to create an arrow. Not stopping there, Niao Qi continued to shoot thousands of arrows at the group, catching them off guard and hitting them repeatedly. After that, Niao Qi fired another arrow that pierced a large hole in his body, causing the group to vanish in an instant. In a split second, he realized something and turned his face to one side. Subsequently, the group rushed to attack Niao Qi, but what about behind? It was too late. Upon seeing this, Niao Qi gathered the spiritual energy around him into one place. In a moment, that spiritual energy transformed into a sharp lance, ready for battle. When he saw this scene, he was filled with terror. Before the group could react, Niao Qi unleashed thousands of lances that pierced through them, causing them to spew blood and die on the spot. Another individual suffered the same fate, being pierced through and spitting blood out. In an instant, Niao Qi had chopped the group into tiny pieces that fell to the ground, looking extremely grotesque. Not stopping there, he continued to spin the spear, causing blood to splatter around, looking incredibly cool. Upon noticing one surviving person, Niao Qi unleashed his spiritual energy powerfully, coldly stating, "Who told you that I only know how to use a bow and arrow? I just prefer it a little more." Saying that, he raised the lance in front of him, aiming precisely at the man. In less than 3 seconds, Niao Qi shot the lance at him at light speed, causing him to panic and create a shield with his spiritual energy. But the lance pierced through the shield, creating a large hole in his abdomen, leaving his eyes blank as he died without a word. After dealing with them, Niao Qi calmly brushed the dust off his clothes. A moment later, Houseen spoke up, "So 13 immortal class sellers were taken down in just 3 moves. This strength is stronger than your last timeline, isn't it? Want to know why? What the difference is?" A true reflection, technique, habit, and surrounding details were all in perfect alignment, impossible to be fake. After hearing these words, Niao Qi clenched his fists tightly and looked at the male lead. Immediately after, he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "I want to know. Please, elder brother, tell me the reason." Upon hearing this, Houseen calmly placed his hands behind his back and replied, "In fact, there's not much difference, it's just that the choices are slightly different."